Every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Bye. Kirloskar Valves. Made with precision. Made for performance. Made by Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Kirloskar Brothers Limited, a multinational conglomerate with joint ventures and subsidiaries across the globe, combines its indigenous industry knowledge, manufacturing expertise, and technological innovations to provide fluid management solutions in controlling, channelizing, and transporting fluid flow across industries through its valves, pumps, and turbines. To meet the ever-increasing demand for durability and efficiency, you don't just need one of the world's leading valve manufacturer. You need a dedicated partner with a reliable workforce and full control of the supply chain from design, R&D, raw materials to finished products. With over 6 decades of experience in manufacturing specialized high-quality industrial valves, Kirloskar Brothers Limited is a leading manufacturer of valves, providing end-to-end solutions from conceptualization to after-sales. Continued investment in valve R&D and design coupled with a state-of-the-art in-house foundry enables Kirloskar Brothers Limited to keep strict quality control and manufacture valves in a wide range of material of constructions: cast iron, cast steel, forged steel, stainless steel, as well as bronze and brass. With an ultra-modern manufacturing facility at Kirloskarwadi, Kirloskar Brothers Limited produces various types of valves for varied requirements. KBL Valves helps solve the toughest challenges in a multitude of industries, including water management solutions, irrigation, steel industry, power, building and construction, food and beverages, chemicals, and defense. For controlling the flow of various fluids and gases, including water, wastewater, raw water, processed liquids and slurries. KBL employs unique Coracoat technology, which protects and prolongs the lifespan and improves the valve surface. Kirloskar Brothers Limited is the only valve manufacturer to have one of Asia's largest hydraulic research center, HRC, for testing valves and pumps, which is equipped with computerized data acquisition system, remote visualization and monitoring, and a capability to conduct in-house flow test. Today, KBL valves are used in almost all municipal corporations and thermal and hydel power plants in India, national and international water management bodies, sewage pumping stations, with valves working seamlessly even after 25 to 30 years of service. Kirloskar Brothers Limited is the first valve manufacturing company to get integrated management system certification comprising of 4 standards: ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001, and ISO 50001 from TUV SUD. First valves manufacturing company to get ISI certification and FM&UL approval for sluice valves. Winner of MEDA NCON year-on-year since 2011, KBL has successfully carried out proof of design test as per AWWA C504/516 standard. KBL has successfully delivered fluid flow control solutions to more than 1,000 satisfied customers globally. users across the world remained assured of a consistent after-sales service for the complete life cycle of their valves with KBL's expert engineers. Extensive service network of dedicated refurbishment centers and authorized service centers. With a legacy of over 130 years, Kirloskar Brothers Limited laid the foundation for Make in India more than a century ago and took the nation towards self-reliance and economic independence way before the country became independent. Kirloskar Brothers Limited is committed to enriching lives and making a positive difference through its women empowerment policies and CSR endeavors. Kirloskar Valves. Made with precision. Made for performance. Made by Kirloskar Brothers Limited.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Kirloskar valves. Made with precision. Made for performance. Made by Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Kirloskar Brothers Limited, a multinational conglomerate with joint ventures and subsidiaries across the globe, combines its indigenous industry knowledge, manufacturing expertise, and technological innovations to provide fluid management solutions in controlling, channelizing, and transporting fluid flow across industries through its valves, pumps, and turbines. To meet the ever-increasing demand for durability and efficiency, you don't just need one of the world's leading valve manufacturer. You need a dedicated partner with
We are ready to go live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us today for AIMA's 66th Foundation Day, which is also being celebrated as the 16th National Management Day. The theme for the day is Thriving on Uncertainty, Managing Radical Change. And we are privileged to have with us a very distinguished lineup of dignitaries and speakers today. We would like to thank all our sponsors who have supported us. We thank our principal co-sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited and CavinKare Private Limited. Sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies and Triveni Turbine Limited. Co-sponsors, Hero Insurance Broking India Private Limited, Usha International and Vodafone Idea Limited. Associate sponsors, JK Paper Limited and ONGC Limited. Corporate sponsors, Transport Corporation of India Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited, and KJ Somaiya Institute of Management. Knowledge partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat. We will begin with the first session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the plenary session 1 of AIMA's 66th Foundation Day and 16th National Management Day. May I request you all to welcome our eminent panel with a huge round of applause. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks, please.
Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Mr. Sanjiv Mehta, Chairman of Awards Jury, Mr. Nikhil, Vice President AIMA, Mr. Vishesh, Chandoik, CEO Grand Thornton, Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you all with us this morning for AIMA's Foundation Day. This day is also observed as the National Management Day. A very warm welcome to all on this special occasion for AIMA. Mr. Amitabh Kant will join us at 10:45 as he's been called for an urgent meeting. It is always such a pleasure to have Amitabh with us, and we look forward to his keynote, which he delivers with so much passion and work. He's easily one of the best known policy and management thinkers in India, and AIMA is privileged to have him as a friend. Sanjiv, it is a pleasure that you could join us today on not what is just a special day for us, but for you too. A very happy wedding anniversary to you with many more to come. And many, many thanks for making time for AIMA today. As the winner of the AIMA J.R.D. Tata Award for Corporate Leadership last year, you chaired the jury of the awards for 21-22. Thank you so much for your time and effort, which we really appreciate. A special thank you to you, Vishesh and Grand Thornton Bharat, for doing such a fantastic job as a knowledge partners. It was great working with you and your very talented team. Mr. Mariwala and Dr. Pawan Munjal, it is truly a pleasure and honor to host icons such as yourself on the AIMA platform. Thank you for allowing us the privilege of honoring your extraordinary achievements with the AIMA Awards. We are also pleased and delighted to honor the frontline workers who have put their own lives on line to save others during the pandemic. We salute you all. I welcome and congratulate Mr. Vivek Mehra, winner of this year's Dr. Ram Taneja Award for Best Article in Indian Management, and Dr. Kavita Sairam and FIB SOL Life Technologies, winner of the AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation in Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. I would also like to thank Mr. D. Shivakumar, Chairman of the jury, for choosing the Best Article in Indian Management, and Dr. P. Sinha and Dr. Juneja for choosing the Most Innovative MSME, along with the respective jury members. CKR and Nikhil, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your wonderful and willing support to AIMA and its activities, and for your outstanding leadership in this tough period. You made it possible for AIMA to navigate the prevailing uncertainty and continue its reinvention to thrive in these times of radical change. Many of AIMA's past presidents, council members, and LMA leaders have joined us today, and I want to take a moment to thank them for their contribution in bringing AIMA to where we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, AIMA is celebrating its Foundation Day by recognizing management excellence and holding discussions on urgent issues facing Indian management. The economy has been through an unprecedented crisis and is still limping back to some kind of normalcy. This economic uncertainty is accompanied by radical changes in technology, business models, policies, and geopolitics. It is time for enterprises to stop being hesitant and try to thrive on uncertainty. It is also time for business leaders to manage radical change and reorient their organizations from immediate survival to future growth. AIMA itself has undergone a dramatic transformation during the past couple of years, and we have invested in serving Indian management in new ways. Despite constraints on revenues because of disruption of the physical world, AIMA has expanded its activities. We have used digital technologies and operational innovations to help our stakeholders overcome the challenges of the disruption and succeed in the new economy. For 2 years, AIMA has worked almost entirely remotely, and AIMA is now well prepared to function in a hybrid world. There is no going back for us to the old ways anymore. AIMA can do all this because of the encouragement and support received from all of you, and I look forward to the continued contribution of the past presidents, council members, LMAs, and AIMA's distinguished associates and members. With these words, it is now my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, to deliver the welcome address.
Thanks, Rekha. Sanjiv Mehta, Chairman of Awards Jury and Chairman Managing Director, HIndustan Unilever Limited, and President, Unilever South Asia. Nikhil, Vice President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine. Vishesh Chandoik, CEO, Grand Thornton, Bharat. Rekha, Sethi, DG, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you with us on AIMA's Foundation Day, which is also the National Management Day. A big thank you and a very warm welcome to all of you. As Rekha said, I look forward to welcoming Mr. Amitabh a little later, but I'm delighted to welcome our other special guest today. Sanjiv Mehta, it's a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to deliver the theme address. You are one of the foremost business leaders in India, and last year, AIMA had the privilege of conferring the AIMA J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award on you. We are grateful to you for chairing the jury for this year's AIMA Foundation Day Awards. You have been at the helm of Unilever's India and South Asia's operations for nearly a decade, and during this period, you have substantially enhanced the company's business and brands. A versatile leader who combines a sharp business acumen with great sense of corporate social responsibility. You are a benchmark for many Indian CEOs, Sanjiv. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. I also extend a very warm welcome to all our award winners, Ms. Mariwala and Mr. Pawan Munjal. We are pleased to have you with us, and thank you for agreeing to accept your awards virtually. Vivek Mehta and Dr. Kavita Shiram, great to have you with us. We are delighted to celebrate your awards for Best Article and Most Innovative MSMEs with us today. I also want to thank Mr. Vishesh Chandoik, who are the knowledge partners, that's CEO of Grand Thornton, Bharat, who are the knowledge partners for this year, AIMA Awards, for a great job in helping the jury decide on the winners. Many thanks for the past presidents of AIMA have logged into this virtual celebration. I am pleased to welcome each and every one of you. I also extend a welcome to the members of AIMA Council and the LMA leaders who have joined us. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate AIMA's Foundation Day and felicitate India's great management leaders, we are also mindful of the prevailing and emerging challenges to Indian management. We are devoting this National Management Day to deliberations on an urgent matter and leadership issues. For the past 2 years, we have lived through fluctuating uncertainty and radical changes. Anxiety about the next changes has become endemic across business, and it requires a new kind of response. Enterprises have to find ways to thrive on uncertainty by managing radical change instead of going into a defensive posture to survive the immediate crisis. COVID is only one of these sources of uncertainty, and there is big churn in consumer needs and preferences, technologies, supply chain, market access, competition, national policies, global trade, and geopolitics. One can no longer wait for things to stabilize before making a move. It is about time that business leaders accept radical change as routine and took measures to profit from the rapid churn. To start in that direction, the mindset has to change from crisis management to transformation management. Instead of prioritizing survival by cutting costs and postponing growth, the leaders must remove anxiety from the organization and charge it up by offering new goals and new initiatives. Thriving during radical uncertainty and change requires capacity building and nurturing environment for intuitive and creativity. To ensure that external uncertainty does not paralyze the organization, a leader must minimize uncertainty within. One must increase transparency of the leadership agenda and methods and invest in technology for live market intelligence, operational visibility, instant communication, and transparent collaboration, and also share leadership both vertically and horizontally. To manage radical change, enterprises need to change themselves. They must identify their new purpose and competitive advantage. They must upgrade their assets and skills to match the new market dynamics. Reskilling and upskilling of everyone in the organization is central to creating and delivering new benefits to the user or to serve the customer in new ways. AIMA has been preparing Indian enterprise for disruptive change for many years, and now in these extraordinary times, the organization increased its efforts to help India's management leaders appreciate the emerging challenges and opportunities and provide them pointers to manage radical uncertainty and change. I'm confident that Indian management is both willing and able to undertake the necessary transition and lead Indian economy into a higher growth trajectory. With these words, a warm welcome to all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Vishesh Chandoik, CEO, Grant Thornton, Bharat, to deliver the special address.
Thank you very much, Mr. CKR. Good morning to the distinguished panel and to all of you. You know, I could have spoken to you about the economy, about the budget, about the digital transformation initiatives for the middle market that we are driving at GT. But I thought, let me gamble and speak to you about something that's becoming increasingly important for us and what we recognize as critical to thrive in this period of radical change for India, developing a more vibrant and inclusive Bharat. We are all aware that we are expecting to add 1 to 1.5 Indias to our current India in GDP terms by 2030. From this $3 trillion to $6 to $8 trillion is what our GDP will be. Nevertheless, the country still finds itself in the paradoxical situation of being a destined economic superpower. Yes, whilst we've given up the title of being home to the largest number of extremely poor, those who live under $2 a day, to Nigeria, yet the number of extremely poor in India is as high as 200 million. 200 million. And we will, ladies and gentlemen, get to a much bigger India, but that Bharat cannot be vibrant without ensuring inclusive growth for these 200 million. Did you know that 50% of our GDP and 70% of our employment is generated by our MSME and agri sectors put together? 50% of our GDP and 70% of our employment. But much of Indian society in the bottom of the livelihood pyramid also belongs to these sectors. Our purpose at GT Bharat is to help shape a more vibrant Bharat, and therefore increasingly much of our work is also oriented towards developing these sectors. And I wanted to share some of our learnings with you. So let me talk about 3 or 4 areas. First of all, empowering small and marginal farmers. As you're aware, with land holdings of barely 1 acre, such small farmers constitute the bottom of the pyramid in our agri sector. About 140 million farmers in India largely operate in these uneconomic sized holdings, which has been affecting both farm productivity as well as market linkages, their ability to sell directly to market. In fact, much of the Indian below poverty line segment comprises farmers. We at GT Bharat are the largest contributors in this space in terms of working with over 1 million farmers through over 1,000 FPOs in 14 states. Let me move to a second area after talking about those small and marginal farmers. Sustainable livelihoods for women through upgradation of self-help groups, SHGs as they are called. In India, the SHG movement is now evolving from meeting the basic consumption expenditure of the rural poor and facilitating delivery of public services into income generation and enterprise development initiatives. This is progressively ensuring social empowerment of poor women folk as well as their economic development. Society at the rural level is now being transformed. Now, in order to meet SDG 2030 Goal 1, no poverty, and Goal 5, gender equality, it's imperative to transform strong women-centric institutions like these SHGs into entrepreneurial hubs. India has evolved as the world's largest network of women self-help groups involving as many as 80 million women. 80 million women. GT Bharat is leading this initiative of upgrading the SHG ecosystem in partnership with leading foundations, CSR initiatives of corporates like yourselves, and supporting the livelihood missions in several states, Assam, Punjab, Jharkhand, Odisha, Uttarakhand, West Bengal, as the program managers. Over 500,000 women are being empowered through various initiatives. A third area I want to talk about was skilling Indian youth. We all know India has one of the youngest populations in the world, with a median age of 28. Median age of 28. However, only 2.3% of this workforce has undergone any kind of formal skilling. Only 2.3%. And that contrasts, if you look at with the developed world, the US at 52% on one side, and Germany at 80%, Japan, somewhere there, and South Africa at 95%. Only 2.3%. And the National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in 2015 identified skill gap in 110 million people in 24 key sectors. Vocational education, therefore, needs to be prioritized at the same level as primary and secondary education. And GT Bharat is working with 11 states and industry partners to upgrade skills of over 2 million beneficiaries with a successful placement rate of over 76%. Last area I want to talk about was MSMEs. The MSME sector contributes to about 45% of the country's manufacturing, 40% of exports, and about 30% of GDP. About 65 million enterprises, 6.5 crore MSME enterprises provide employment to 110 million individuals. Credit and infrastructure are the two critical gaps for MSMEs. Barely 1 in 5 MSMEs have access to formal finance. Barely 1 in 5. And GT Bharat is working closely with SIDBI in promoting a 10,000 crore SIDBI cluster development fund for targeting the infrastructure gap at the state level for MSMEs and operationalizing SIDBI supported program management units in 20 states to strengthen the state level ecosystem for MSMEs, covering about 84% of all MSMEs in the country. So to conclude, there is a massive opportunity and even a greater threat for us at India Inc. The pandemic has only furthered this divide between the rich and the poor, between women and men, between MSMEs and India Inc. We've been able to touch the lives and livelihoods at Thornton Bharat of perhaps 5 million people so far. Clearly, we have to do a lot more. And I look for support from you, the leaders of India Inc., to play your part in supporting this, not only through your CSR programs, but also integrating the bottom of the pyramid into your business strategy. Because that is how we will together shape a more vibrant Bharat, not just a bigger India. I'll end with a quote from a truly inspirational woman leader, Oprah Winfrey. If you look at what you have in life, you'll always have more. If you look at what you don't have in life, you'll never have enough. Let's look at how much all of us have and how we can use it to shape a better India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Sanjiv Mehta, Chairman of Awards Jury and Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Unilever Limited, and President Unilever South Asia, to deliver the theme address.
CK Ranganathan, Rekha, Sethi, Nikhil, Vishesh, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaskar. Absolutely delighted to have the honor to address all of you on AIMA's Foundation Day on a subject that in many ways has become synonymous with the world that we live in today, radical change. Though many of us don't like to change, the good news is that as a species, we are hardwired for change. Rick Potts from the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Natural History had said, in the modern era, we know that in the human genome, there are all kinds of interactions that allow human organisms to have plasticity. The capacity to adjust is itself an evolved characteristic. Interesting, isn't it? We have the capacity to adapt to change, and it is change that pushes us forward into the future. During the height of the Cold War, its aftermath, and until very recently, we made sense of the world through the VUCA framework. Volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, and complexity were the characteristics of the chaotic world that we lived in. However, given the upheavals that we have witnessed, especially in the last couple of years, the VUCA model appears to fall short of explaining what we were and continue to experience. The Barney framework, proposed by anthropologist Jamias Cascio, appears to be a more relevant rubric to help us understand and prepare for the brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible of the Barney world of today. The last few years have shown us that seemingly unbreakable systems and mechanisms can snap without warning. Overwhelming and excessive information can lead to action paralysis. Seemingly small and insignificant incidents can have disproportionate impact, and comprehensive understanding of events and their effects is near impossible. Even then, our world today is characterized as much by opportunities as it is by challenges. The only option for us is to adapt and thrive. Time and again, global crises have put humanity on the brink of collapse, have also brought in transformations. Let's talk about pandemics. In the 14th century, Black Death, as the plague epidemic was called, resulted in a significant proportion of the world's population being wiped out. But it also resulted in better standard of living for the survivors. The cholera pandemic in the early 19th century resulted in a focus on sanitation and hygiene across the world. Similarly, the Spanish flu that coincided with the First World War resulted in the institutionalization of public healthcare systems across several countries. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first and won't be the last of its kind. It proves the theory that the steep rise in zoonotic diseases has come as a result of unsustainable human practices, leading to climate change and a loss of biodiversity. If we weren't already aware, it has emphasized the fragility and unviability of a current lifestyle on this planet. While pandemics and man-made disasters cause enormous damage, they're also catalysts for change. The future may bring unforeseen challenges and require us to reinvent completely. But forging ahead despite uncertainties to lead change instead of being led by it is the only way forward for us. Given this context, I believe that climate change and technology are the two areas where we need to take charge to be able to steer decisively into the future. Climate change needs us to adopt change at a global level to prevent further damage to the planet, while technology is increasingly driving the way we do business and lead our lives. Let me talk about climate change first. All of us know about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which has clearly called out the climate change needs to be halted with immediate effect. It has stated emphatically that extreme weather, climate action failure, and human-led environmental damage are going to be risk with the highest likelihood of occurrence and will have a big impact in the coming decades. Climate change was never only the purview of governments and international bodies. It requires collective and bold actions across the board, including organizations like HIndustan Unilever, which is an integral part of 9 out of the 10 households in the country. In fact, it is not just a responsibility. It is something that consumers are increasingly demanding of us. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer 2021, business is the only institution that has retained trust levels among citizens in comparison with other institutions such as governments, NGOs, and the media. People are looking up to business to aid the government in fixing societal problems. Decisive steps are already being taken on this front. Several governments, including India, have outlined bold action plans at COP26. India, as we all know, has set itself an ambitious target of raising its non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030. Apart from renewable energy, the National Hydrogen Mission has placed green hydrogen at the core of the country's energy security and could emerge as a strong alternative to address India's energy needs. Across the world, 700 businesses, including Unilever, representing 13 trillion in market cap and employing over 24 million people, are setting 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned targets and working towards reducing emissions globally by 2030. Around 70% of the global economy, too, is now committed to net zero by 2050. At Unilever, we have made sustainability a core part of all that we do. Climate action is at the heart of a Unilever strategy, which integrates business and sustainability in a seamless fashion. Last year, we announced a new set of global actions and commitments designed to improve the health of the planet. They include a commitment to have net zero emissions from all our products by 2039, from the sourcing of products to the point of sale. Unilever is also challenging itself to higher standards to protect high carbon ecosystems like forests, peatlands, and tropical rainforests. It is also aiming for a deforestation-free supply chain by 2023. Simultaneously, we also announced a plan to tackle the most visible environmental issue in the consumer goods industry, which is plastic packaging. It has set bold targets globally, that including halving the use of virgin plastic and helping to collect and process more plastic packaging than it uses in its finished products. In India, in 21, we collected more plastic waste from the streets of India than the plastic we use in the packaging of our finished products. Climate change will need concerted action over the medium and long term and consistent efforts from all stakeholders. I think we have made a reasonably good start with the COP26, and it is for us to continue that momentum and make every action count. From climate change, I would like to move to another crucial denominator of the Bani world that we live in today, technology. While technology and digital proliferation have been a part of our lives from even before the pandemic, the speed at which they have become integral to our very existence is phenomenal. The ubiquity of technology and need for mainstreaming it is greater good for amply evident in the announcements made by our finance minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, during a budget speech, leveraging digital channels and using technology to strengthen agriculture, healthcare, and education, which are the foundational pillars driving India towards our ambition of becoming a middle-income country. At HUL, technology is key enabler, as articulated in our Reimagine HUL strategy. It is a vision of how we want to leverage data, harness latest technologies and emerging business models to redefine how we engage with consumers, customers, and the way in which we operate. The object is not only to stay abreast of the changing needs of a digital connected ecosystem, but also about creating structural capabilities to provide superior value to consumers. We are building an intelligent enterprise, moving away from the traditional linear value chain to a non-linear ecosystem by building distinctive capabilities across the organization. The HUL of the future will be a web of intelligent ecosystems. the consumer ecosystem, the customer ecosystem, the operations ecosystem, with data, technology, and analytics center stage. We're in the midst of a paradigm shift where the intelligence of machines will complement human ingenuity to do good, do better, and do it smarter. It is with the help of this very technology that we were able to mount the largest vaccination drive that the world has witnessed, as it will possibly be this very technology that will help us combat climate change effectively. From climate change and adoption of technology, it is imperative that I talk about the most crucial piece of the puzzle, people. Human capital is and will continue to be at the heart of all that we do. It is therefore important to invest in nurturing and building leaders of the future who are geared to take on this bunny world with ease and aplomb. Preparing them for this, however, must be integrated right into our education system. We need to shift our focus from literacy to empowering our children and youth with skills that equip them better for the employment market. At the same time, success in the future will be driven as much by attitude and outlook as it will be driven by skills and expertise. I believe that the following traits that successful leaders of tomorrow need to imbibe will be critical as we lead the world into a sustainable future. First is, as CK rightly said, we need to be driven by purpose. I cannot emphasize this enough. Profits cannot beyond a point be the driving forces for growth. It is purpose that make organization last a lifetime and become an inseparable part of people's life. Purpose to me is an expression of the kind of societal impact an entity intends to achieve, which is also reflected in all its actions. Organizations with a strong why have been able to stay the course even during tough times. Second is compassion. If purpose is the fuel, then compassion is the driving force. It is what helps effective leaders understand and address systemic issues. Compassion must not be confused with sympathy or pity. Rather, it is the ability to understand a challenge from all perspectives and arrive at decisions that are holistic. Agility and adaptability. Alongside purpose and compassion, the third essential trait for the leader of tomorrow is the ability to stay agile, focus on the long term. Adaptability is the foresight to keep revisiting strategies and having the resilience to drive them forward despite challenges. If anything happening in any part of the world can disproportionately affect any of us to any extent, then agility and adaptability is the best response. Sense making is an essential skill in a world where variables are constantly changing. It is the ability to work with whatever information is available to make sense of the complex world. Sense making involves pulling together disparate views to create a plausible understanding of the complexity around us, testing it, understanding to refine it, or if necessary, abandoning it to start again. While this might sound obvious, partnerships beyond organizational frontiers and even national borders has become essential today. We need future leaders who can operate with a high level of trust and collaboration by exchanging ideas, open to change, and they work together across boundaries to address the challenges that confront us. Sense-making and collaboration can make the incomprehensible coherent to a certain extent and pave the way for action with what we can presently make of the situation. While these traits are essential for future leaders, I must emphasize that humility and ambition, what I call as ambition, underpin all of them. A leader needs to have the drive to grow and the modesty to stay grounded despite highs or lows. A leader does not need to be perfect, because considering the Bani nature of a world, what is expected of a leader changes more often than not. To quote former US President Barack Obama, change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek, be it radical or otherwise. Let us learn to thrive amidst change, because change will remain the only constant. Thank you, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we present the AIMA Awards of Excellence to distinguished professionals for their outstanding contributions. We begin with the presentation of the AIMA Dr. Ram Tarneja Award for Best Article in Indian Management. Through this award, AIMA recognizes outstanding authors who contributed the best article of the year in Indian management, AIMA's management journal, brought out in association with Spenta Multimedia Private Limited. Let us watch the award video. A distinguished publisher of books, journals, and digital products, Mr. Vivek Mehra is a TEDx speaker, a mentor to startups, a workshop trainer, and an author. He's a keen observer of business trends and an intense management thinker. His slew of awards includes Business Excellence and Innovative Best Practices Academia Award, Sharda Top Rankers Excellence Award for Visionary Leadership, and Vijayashri Award by the Government of Maharashtra. His article, The Foundation of Resilience, has been adjudged as the best article in AIMA's Management Journal Indian Management in 2021, a topic that is close to his heart. The article urges the need to redefine the organization's resilience as the ability to adapt to any unnatural adverse event that has the potential to cripple it. By constantly building a culture of trust, long-term people-focused objectives, and making empathetic leadership an integral part of all rungs of management. All India Management Association is pleased to present the 2021 AIMA Dr. Ram Tarneja Award for Best Article in Indian Management to Mr. Vivek Mehra, the CEO and Managing Director of Sage Publications India. May I now request Mr. Vivek Mehra, Managing Director and CEO Sage India, to say a few words.
Namaskar and Abhinandan. I am truly honored that AIMA has bestowed the Dr. Ram Tarneja Award for Best Article written in Indian Management, published in 2021. The foundation of resilience is a subject that is very close to my heart. As the pandemic has caused hybrid workspaces and work from home to become the default, it is important that this subject be further researched and reviewed. I once again thank AIMA for bestowing this honor on me. Namaskar, Abhinandan.
We would also like to thank the jury members for their valuable time and contribution. The next award of the day is the AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation in Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. May I now request Dr. J.S. Juneja, past President AIMA, to introduce the award.
It is my honor to introduce AIMA Dr. J.S. Award for Creativity and Innovation for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. AIMA instituted this award in 2003 and has been recognizing and applauding the spirit of MSMEs for innovation. In this effort, a book was also brought on innovation key to success for enterprises and released by the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Textiles, Ms. Piyush Goyal, to share knowledge and encourage MSMEs to innovate. The award jury is chaired by the Honorable Mr. Piyush Sinha, former CVC. I would like to congratulate the winner, FIB Soul Life Technologies, who are producing innovative products on biofertilizers, and the two runners-up, Invent India, Innovation and Rekha.
A grassroots innovators that has developed a range of natural stabilizers to improve crop growth and farm yield. FibSol Life Technologies is promoting sustainable agriculture using biotechnology. The company offers gels and fibers that improve availability of nutrients to plants. It partners IIT Madras in developing and testing its biotech solutions. It has obtained patents for an ultra-lightweight nanofiber polymer for use in agriculture and industry and a quorum sensing polymer that stimulates biofilm and other related phenotypes. Dr. Kavita Sairam, Director FIPSOL, has PhD in biotechnology from IIM Madras, and she has done extensive research on stress biology and encapsulation techniques. She has received government grants for her research and her papers have been published internationally. All India Management Association is pleased to present the AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises 2021 to FIPSOL Life Technologies Chennai through its director Dr. Kavita Sairam. May I now request Dr. Kavita Sairam to say a few words.
Greetings, myself Dr. Kavita Sairam, founder and CEO of FIPSOL Life Technologies. We are very happy to be conferred with AIMA J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation in MSME. I am very happy to receive this award on behalf of FIPSOL and its team. This is a very proud moment for us. It gives a lot of impetus for us to work harder and progress further. Thank you AIMA for this wonderful opportunity, and I am very pleased to receive this award on behalf of FIPSOL. Thank you.
We would also like to thank the jury members for their valuable time and contribution. We now come to our next award, which is the AIMA Public Service Excellence Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let us watch the introduction video.
The AIMA Public Service Excellence Award, instituted in 1998, is bestowed in honor of the recipient's commitment to nationally important issues, social responsibility, and environmental preservation. It's a celebration of the individual's philosophy, moral values, ethics, integrity, and consistency towards work culture.
They braved all odds to help the citizens of the country at a time when it mattered the most. They are the unsung warriors who went beyond their call of duty and made a difference during some of the most difficult time during the COVID crisis. The AIMA Public Service Excellence Award goes out to all the anonymous frontline workers of India. We laud you, we are proud of you, we salute you.
This past year has been tough for all, especially the frontline workers in the healthcare. Thank you, AIMA, for recognizing the anonymous frontline workers. Thank you.
डर हमें भी लगता था, हमारे पास भी सुरक्षा कुछ नहीं थी, पर हम इस सब चीज को झेलते हुए खाना पहुंचाते थे, अपना काम करते थे.
ಬಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನ್ಯಾಗ ಕುಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾ ಬಂದ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಯೋ, ಮನ್ಯಾಗ ಕುಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಹುಡುಗರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಯೋ.
कोविड की महामारी के दौरान भी हमने वेयर हाउस में सिर्फ में काम करके उसको 24 घंटे चलाया है. हमने रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में इस्तेमाल होने वाले हर सामान को स्टॉक हमेशा भरपूर रखा है, ताकि इस मुश्किल समय में देश के लोगों तक हर सामान पहुंच सके.
मुझे इस बात का गर्व है, मैं इस महामारी में देश और लोगों की सेवा कर पाया. मैं AIMA का भी बहुत आभारी हूँ. हमें हमारे इस काम को सराहा और इसके लिए सम्मानित किया.
2 सालको कोरोनाको महामारीमा पनि हामीले दोकानलाई बन्द गरेन र हामीले जति सक्दो पब्लिकलाई सामान दिने कोशिश गर्यो र आइमालाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु कि हाम्रो दोकान राम्रो चलोस्.
हमने लोगों की मदद की, सामान पहुंचाया. बहुत मुश्किल था ये करना, पर लेकिन लोगों को इस बीमारी से बचाने के लिए ये करना पड़ा और आप लोगों ने हमें पहचाना, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
বর্তমান কোভিড-19 প্রতিমারী পরিস্থিতিতে আমরা সাধারণ মানুষ আমাদের পরিবারের সদস্যদের প্রাণ বাঁচাতে এবং জনসাধারণের সাহায্য করতে সর্বদা সাধ্যমতো অনবরত লড়াই চালিয়ে যাচ্ছি.
असं एकही दिवस नव्हते की एकही गाड घरी बसेल. सर्व गाड उपस्थित असायचे, सर्व व्यवस्थित सुरळीत, सर्व व्यवस्थित आरोग्याने काम करायचे. थैंक यू फॉर द AIMA. कोरोना के कठिन समय में हमने लोगों को उनके घर घर तक दवाइयाँ पहुँचाई और जो लोग दुकान पर आने में समर्थ थे उनको दुकान पे भी हमने दवाइयाँ पहुँचाई.
मैंने महामारी में हॉस्पिटल में सबको ले जाने की संघर्ष करा और मुझे डर भी लगता था अपनी इस जिंदगी से, पर फिर भी मैंने सेवा करी, लोगों को हॉस्पिटल लेके गया.
हमने जो कोरोना में यहाँ काम किया, हमें भी डर लगा और हमारा जो काम पहचाना यहाँ, उसके लिए धन्यवाद.
We are truly humbled by your wholehearted commitment and untiring efforts. Thank you once again for all that you've been doing for us.
Your dedication, commitment, and courage deserve our deepest gratitude and admiration. Thank you to all the frontline workers from the bottom of our hearts.
The selfless service in helping us get through these tough times is unparalleled. There aren't enough words to express our gratitude.
This AIMA award is dedicated to the thousands and millions of individuals who have done an amazing job on the front line during the COVID.
It is a privilege for us to be able to honor these unsung heroes. They deserve a huge round of applause, not just today, but every day.
The next award for the day is the AIMA Lifetime Achievement Award for Management. Instituted in 1999, this award is a recognition of sustained and exemplary leadership. The award recipients in this category have left indelible footprints in the management profession, thought, and culture. Let us watch the award video.
An iconic business leader, he has built a global consumer products and services corporation. He has successfully challenged formidable multinationals in India's beauty and wellness market and carved out a space for domestic innovations. He has established Marico as a global brand in more than 25 countries. He has transformed his family's commodity trading firm into a brand-led corporation and then founded Marico as an FMCG powerhouse. He has created many successful consumer brands including Parachute and Saffola and made Marico a leader across diverse market segments including edible oils, hair care, skin care, health foods, male grooming and fabric care. A passionate innovator himself, Mr. Mariwala's entrepreneurial spirit and his passion for weaving a culture of innovation led him to set up Marico Innovation Foundation to catalyze disruptive Indian innovations. He is also the founder of Ascent, a not-for-profit expression of his personal passion to identify and enable high-potential growth stage entrepreneurs in their journey to grow both as entrepreneurs and their enterprises. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the 2021 AIMA Lifetime Achievement Award for Management on Mr. Harsh Mariwala, Chairman, Marico Limited.
Congratulations, Harsh, on a really well-deserved award.
Thank you so much.
I'm very proud
Thank you.
to give you this award.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. This is the citation and the award.
Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Harsh Mariwala to say a few words.
Hello all. I am truly honored to get this Lifetime Achievement Award from All India Management Association, and I sincerely want to thank all the jury members for conferring this award to me. My journey started at a very, very young age, and I started working at the age of 20. I had just done my graduation from the Bombay University, and compared to many of you, I am just a plain graduate. I just joined the family business at that time. I was the first person from the next generation. So my father was the eldest and he had 3 brothers. And we had our office in Bombay in a very, very congested area in Masjid Bandar, which is the heart of commodity markets and the busiest, one of the busiest places in India. I didn't have any brief in terms of what I was going to do, nor was anybody there to guide me. My father suggested that why don't I look at different businesses, explore and then decide what I want to do. One thing I was very clear from day one was that I was wanted to set up my own business and I didn't want to work for anybody else. So in that exploration I realized that the edible oil business, which was one of the 3 businesses which the family had, was mainly in unbranded. It was not doing too well, and I saw an opportunity of converting that business from unbranded to branded. As a person, I was shy, introvert. I didn't want to get into a business which required B2B selling or entertain somebody. That time the environment also was of license Raj, so a lot of my friends used to spend a lot of time in Delhi to get a license. And the license became the route to success. Luckily, I was not cut out for that, and I was able to identify the FMCG business, which did not require any regulatory approvals, and it meant dealing with distributors, retailers, whom I was very comfortable with. So that's how my journey began, and it's been a long time since I started and I set it up. But in that journey, I've had multiple failures, and it's okay to fail. They say that sometimes you win and sometimes you fail, and I say that sometimes you win, you fail, but you always learn. And most of my failures have been backed up by very, very strong learning. So the biggest learning for me was that it's okay to take risks, okay to experiment, it's okay to fail. But if you fail, there has to be some learning out of that failure which you could apply to subsequent part of your journey. They say that passion is very important to succeed in business. I totally agree. But passion by itself is not enough. Passion has to be combined with determination and perseverance. And that's when you get grit. So if failure has to be managed, you have to have grit, which means that you have to be passionate about that subject, and you have to persevere and be determined that you will try again and succeed. At some stage in your journey, you start realizing what have you done. In the initial part of my journey, I wanted to build a business, get a scale, which I did, make profits, which I did, monetary gains at a personal level, which happened, recognition, which happened by getting awards or getting written about. But at some stage in one's life, one starts questioning, what is life about? And what are you meant for? And that is the time you realize that you need to have a purpose in life. And I identified a purpose in life which goes beyond just working in a business. And my purpose in life is to make a difference to others, be more every day. Because a purposeful life is very crucial for every individual. They say that the two most important days in your life are the day you are born, and the next most important day in your life is to identify why you were born, or to realize why you were born. And I think when I realized that, it really enriched me, because I was able to lead my life in a purposeful way. So let me end by wishing all of you all the best, and end by saying that the purpose of life is a life of purpose. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our last award for the day, which is the AIMA JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. This award, established in 1995, recognizes the recipients' contribution to society and nation at large, as well as their corporate leadership in steering their organization towards achieving excellence. Let us watch the award video.
An exceptional and renowned leader, he helms one of India's most iconic and cherished brands, Hero. He has nurtured and groomed Hero MotoCorp to make it the world's largest manufacturer of motorcycles and scooters, a position the company holds since 2001. Under his leadership, Hero MotoCorp crossed the illustrious milestone of 100 million cumulative sales in 2001, thus providing mobility to 100 million people. A man with a truly global vision and boundless dynamism, he has transformed Hero MotoCorp into a global organization with world-class research and innovation centers and an international footprint spanning 43 countries. A keen observer and driver of emerging mobility trends and latest technologies, he is now focused on clean mobility solutions and democratizing electric vehicles across the world. An avid golfer himself, he has put India on the world map through the promotion of football, field hockey, golf, cricket and motorsports. A champion of sustainability, diversity and inclusion, his efforts have resulted in Hero MotoCorp being listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index and women making up a quarter of the company's board. A voracious reader, he has been engaged in sharing the wealth of his knowledge with students and startups as he aims to build a better world for future generations. The All India Management Association is pleased to present the AIMA JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award for 2021 to Dr. Pawan Munjal, Chairman and CEO, Hero MotoCorp Limited. May I now request Dr. Pawan Munjal to say a few words.
Dear Nikhil, Dr. Juneja, Sunil, Rekha and Dwarkanath, thank you so very much for coming over to confer me with this special recognition. My namaskar to all of you who have joined us today. Let me first congratulate all of you at AIMA on your 66th Foundation Day. This association has continued to be a beacon of management thought leadership for corporates, professionals, and students alike. I feel overwhelmed and humbled today. I wholeheartedly thank AIMA for bestowing me with this prestigious honor. I accept this recognition with utmost gratitude. The J.R.D. Tata Award in recognition of corporate leadership reminds me of one of Mr. J.R.D. Tata's visionary views on leadership. To be a leader, you have to lead human beings with affection. His wisdom resonates with me at many levels, as even my father, Chairman Emeritus Dr. Brij Mohan Lal Munjal, had a similar philosophy towards people, work and life. At Hero MotoCorp, even as we expand globally, we have ensured that we maintain our values, culture and empathetic approach towards our fellow human beings, our environment and our planet. The fact that I am receiving this award following a year that saw the biggest humanitarian crisis that we all have ever experienced validates these core values and what I, along with my team, intended to do and in fair measure achieved during this unprecedented period. I am a firm believer that together the human race is poised to achieve significant milestones in the near future. I, along with my colleagues across the global hero ecosystem, remain committed to energizing the economy and working towards making our planet greener, safer and more sustainable. While I rejoice in this recognition, I take this opportunity to acknowledge the support of the entire Hero family, including my team, our business partners and all our stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to support Hero MotoCorp maintain its market leadership. In equal part, I thank my soulmate, my wife Anisha, my children Vasudha, Pankaj, Supriya and Anuvrat, who have been and will always be my pillars of strength. While my adorable grandchildren Shiv and Saina keep me motivated, young and energized. Thank you once again to the entire team at AIMA and to everyone who has joined us today to be a part of this special and momentous occasion in my life. I truly appreciate you all being here for me today. Thank you and God bless.
We would also like to thank the jury members for their valuable time and contribution.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the award presentation ceremony. Many congratulations to all our distinguished awardees. May I now request the dignitaries to virtually release the AIMA Foundation Day souvenir. Thank you. We now have Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, NITI Aayog, with us.
Yeah, a warm welcome to you, Mr. Amitabh Kant. It's a privilege to have you join us today, and many thanks for agreeing to deliver the keynotes of AIMA's Foundation Day ceremony. As a CEO of NITI Aayog, you are central to the government's policy-making capacity, Under your leadership, the Policy Research and Recommendations Body is doing an outstanding job. A renowned bureaucrat, you have many achievements to your credit during your career, especially in the area of policy branding. You have been the driving force behind many of India's branded initiatives such as Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, God's Own Country, and Aditi Devo Bhava. You have played a central role in the government's ease of doing business campaign and promoting competition among the states through rankings. You are also the chairman of one of the 11 groups formed by the government to tackle COVID. Your creativity and initiative make you a valuable asset to the government and also to the public. Once again, thank you for joining us today and a very warm welcome to you. Over to you, Mr. Amitabh.
Mr. Sanjiv Mehta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to address you here today on the 66th Foundation Day of the All India Management Association and also on the occasion of the National Management Day. The world is in a constant state of flux. As a consequence of this, the phenomenon of uncertainty is all pervasive. We encounter it every day in almost every aspect of our lives. It is a key characteristic of the natural environment. All human systems and processes have to contend with it. We even encounter it when we go down to the level of the atom. Simply put, no matter where we look, there is always an element of uncertainty. It is inescapable. Thus, for every organization, be it government, institution, or a private business, the ability to navigate uncertainty is a key enabler of success. Only then can uncertainty be transformed into a catalyst for innovation and positive change. Uncertainty itself is a spectrum. There's always some measure of uncertainty that organization and business leaders have to contend with. Sometimes analysis can indicate a whole range of projected scenarios and situations for which an organization can and must prepare strategies and contingency plans. But in some instances, no amount of analysis and preparation will work, especially when faced with a black swan event. The COVID-19 pandemic is a prime example of a black swan event for which no amount of prior preparation could prepare the world for what was coming. With the onset of the pandemic, the situation was constantly changing and the response also had to be changed to mirror the changing requirements. Governments and organizations rose to the occasion by deploying strategies which were agile and adaptive. Agility and adaptability were key factors in the government's COVID-19 response strategy, which in turn contributed to the nation's resilience. Central to achieving the necessary agility was the constant monitoring of the situation and incorporation of feedback from the deployment of response measures. To achieve this, the monitoring and tracking mechanisms, especially relating to disease surveillance and contact tracing, underwent radical strengthening along with the traditional data collection systems. The data helped derive evidence and insight which constantly provided the necessary feedback to the larger response strategy. The feedback and the iterative process of using evidence to inform decision making was thus key to addressing the challenges. Data is not only key to helping mitigate uncertainty, but it is also central to improving governance and systems. Data is an immensely powerful tool that can revolutionize governance and bolster citizen-centric delivery of services. We have used this for improving the ease of doing business as well as in the aspirational district program. Let me give you an example. In the aspirational district program, we selected 115 of the most backward districts of India and used convergence, collaboration, and competition to drive reforms across socio-economic parameters. We rank these districts on how well they perform across a number of indicators. This has led to getting us real-time data, ranking districts, creating a sense of competition and a healthy competition at that. It has pushed districts to compete and work towards improving their rankings by taking concrete developmental action. Today, some of these districts, as per an independent UNDP assessment, are doing better than other districts in the country. In fact, in the union budget, the finance minister stated that 95% of these districts have in fact surpassed state averages. The key has been data, constant monitoring, and putting this data based on ranking in public domain. The COVID-19 pandemic has been extensively disruptive in terms of economic activity and loss of human lives across the globe. At the same time, this crisis has presented us with unique opportunities that can be leveraged to build back differently and innovatively. The pandemic brought new problems and challenges. These new challenges required new strategies to address them. There were interesting new approaches which were evolved to help solve the challenges brought by the pandemic. The pandemic facilitated the use of technology to leap across. Two major platform tools which emerged were the Aayog Setu and CoWIN. The Aayog Setu app became a key in carrying out contact tracing, and the CoWIN app became an indispensable tool in helping manage one of the world's largest vaccination rollouts. As on date, 1.75 billion vaccine doses have been administered and vaccination certificates have been issued through this platform. This is a Herculean task and a great achievement. India's successful vaccination drive, driven digitally, has played a crucial role in protecting lives and livelihoods and accelerating economic recovery. A country's resilience to uncertainty depends on the resilience of its people. There are numerous schemes which are designed from the perspective of enhancing socio-economic outcomes. The government is aggressively pursuing saturation of key government schemes relating to rural road connectivity, housing, households, bank accounts, issuance of beneficiary cards under Ayushman Bharat, gas connections through the Ujjwala Yojana, and the government's insurance and pension schemes. We now have the world's largest health insurance scheme, Ayushman Bharat, which has the beneficiary base of 50 crore Indians. Such schemes are not only central to accelerated and inclusive development, but play an important role in the strengthening of socio-economic outcomes and enhancing the resilience of its citizens and the country as a whole. Today, India is witnessing unprecedented levels of economic development and technological disruptions. The economy is growing at 9.2% and expected to grow at similar rates in the coming years, making us one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. A key factor that contributes to handling uncertainty is preparedness. Economic prosperity of a country better prepares it to manage unforeseeable scenarios in the future. We as a country understand this and have been able to take several measures to improve our systems to maximize efficiency. Mammoth reforms have been undertaken by the Government of India, the Goods and Services Tax, the Bankruptcy Code, the Real Estate Regulatory Management Act, lowering of corporate tax, demonopolization of coal, new definition of MSMEs, to name a few. These are not just bold structural reforms, but also mark the introduction of innovative and path-breaking schemes for making India a global manufacturing champion and an export hub of the world. If you look at the chronology of reforms, you will see that they all add up to the vision of an aspirational India. The government has also rolled out some truly robust infrastructure schemes such as the National Infrastructure Pipeline, the National Asset Monetization Pipeline, and the PM Gati Shakti. Their combined effect will ensure integrated development of world-class infrastructure with the participation of both the government and the private sector. Innovative financial models such as infrastructure investment trusts, InvITs, REITs, etc., also being introduced across the infrastructure space. With the necessary macro and micro growth drivers in place, the stage is set for the investment cycle to start and catalyze sustainable growth for cementing India's position as the world's fastest growing major economy for the long term. Addressing uncertainty is not just about playing to existing strengths, but to identify new opportunities which contribute to strengthening of this position. More than 500 million people are working, living, and traveling in Indian cities. And this rapid growth will pose several social, economic, and environmental challenges. India has to take the lead to build new industries that will accelerate growth and create jobs. This transformation is feasible when we advance technology, foster innovation, and become champions in emerging areas of global growth. We are therefore aiming to embrace innovation in a range of new areas to enable sustained growth for long periods. In India, the key to disruptive transformation lies in the sunrise areas of growth, such as electronics manufacturing, medical devices, telecom and networking, white goods, solar PV cells, battery storage, advanced chemistry cell, automobiles, specialty steel, and drones. The performance-linked incentive schemes have been designed to boost these sunrise sectors. The PLI schemes are aimed at creating long-term solutions specifically designed to boost domestic manufacturing in sunrise and strategic sectors like battery storage, mobile manufacturing, clean mobility, and solar PV. The minimum production in India as a result of the PLI schemes is expected to be over $520 billion in the next 5 years, which will make us an integral part of the global value chain. Technology is always a major catalyst for development. In recent times, the speed of development and adoption of technology in society has been unprecedented. As a consequence, there are profound changes taking place in almost every aspect of human life. The world is changing faster than ever. We must understand that most institutions we see today were created some decades ago, but at a time when success was measured not by adaptability, proactiveness, and agility, but instead by the ability to maintain stability, that is, maintaining the status quo. My firm belief is that no modern institution can succeed if it exists only to maintain the status quo. The success of modern institutions, therefore, has to be measured by its agility and adaptability. For governments and organizations, this means constantly evolving, taking risks, and innovating and embracing technology. The only way to address technological disruptions is to embrace it. Without embracing it, the understanding of technology will remain elusive. Given the fast-paced nature of change, it becomes important to have robust strategy. And therefore, as a country, India, if you look at it, we are highly connected. Today, there are more than 814 million internet users. We add a new internet user every 3 seconds. With the proliferation of smartphones and a slew of initiatives under the aegis of Digital India programs such as Aadhaar, JAM Trinity, UPI, GST, we have been successful in creating a vibrant ecosystem of technology that is powering our ambition to become a global technological and economic hub. Digitization is playing a crucial role in empowering Indian citizens and unleashing transformative change in our lives. With increasing access to tech-based infrastructure, we've seen a huge movement in our Startup India movement. We have already become the 3rd largest startup ecosystem of the world, and we are having close to about 85 unicorns today. Today, technological convergence is critical. I recently read The Future is Faster Than You Think, a book that I recommend that all of you must read. It will compel you to realize that change is inevitable, that it will be based on convergence, and that will be driven by technology. It will compel you to take a more risk-oriented approach. I read about Moore's law in this book. In 1965, the founder of Intel, Gordon Moore, noticed that transistors on an integrated circuit had been doubling every 18 months. So every 1.5 years, a computer became twice as powerful, and yet its cost remained the same. Moore's law is the reason why a smartphone in your pocket is 1,000 times smaller, 1,000 times cheaper, and 1,000,000 times more powerful than a supercomputer from the 1970s. And this trend is only accelerating. But this is not just limited to integrated circuits and chips. Ray Kurzweil, the director of engineering at Google in the 90s, has stated that this law extends to technology in general. Once a technology becomes digital, it will follow Moore's law. We'll use new technologies to design even newer and better technology, and this trend will continue exponentially without the cost increasing. This is what is known as the law of accelerating returns. The point here is that the most powerful tool of transformation today is technology, and organizations and institutions that do not recognize this fact will either wither away or lose their relevance. We must not view uncertainty as the enemy, but we must view uncertainty as a friend. We must view it as an opportunity for embracing radical change for a positive outcome. But for organizations and institutions to do so, adaptability and agility always has to be in focus. The first step in doing so requires acceptance of uncertainty. The moment we change how we perceive and respond to uncertainty, every crisis becomes another opportunity to thrive and flourish. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, uncertainty and change are pathways to greatness. The pathways to greatness is anchored in preparedness, the attention to detail, and evidence-based iterative decision process, keeping a tab on technologically relevant advancements, and most importantly, having durable systems and processes that can ensure consistent progress in the midst of change. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best and a great future in the midst of this uncertainty and change, which will only accelerate in the days to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Vice President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Mr. Amitabh Kant, Chief Executive Officer, NITI Aayog, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, CavinKare Private Limited, Mr. Sanjiv Mehta, Chairman of the Awards Jury and Chairman and Managing Director, HIndustan Unilever and President, Unilever South Asia, Vishesh Chandoik, CEO of Grand Thornton, Bharat, Rekha, Sethi, Director General AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to express AIMA's gratitude to everyone who has joined in celebrating the organization's 66th Foundation Day and National Management Day with us today. Mr. Kant, it's been a privilege having you with us, and many thanks for delivering the keynote address and for presenting the AIMA Awards as well. Your keynote was so very inspiring, and I'm sure that you have charged up everyone in the audience. No one could have brought in uncertainty and quantum physics much like you have. It is also very surprising to see that both Sanjiv as well as you talked about the same measures of adaptability and agility in the measures of tackling uncertainty. It is great to have someone with your vision and eloquence at the helm of NITI Aayog, and I'm confident that your initiatives and guidance will steer the Indian economy towards greater transformation and growth. Many thanks for being with us today and sharing your blueprint for a future Indian economy. Mr. Mehta, it was a pleasure listening to your theme address. Your clear and succinct explanation of the challenges and opportunities produced by uncertainty was an eye-opener. The move from VUCA to Bani is something that we should all look forward to and delve into in a much greater detail. Moreover, your mantras for managing radical change and growing complexity will be very helpful to both the young as well as seasoned business leaders. I'm sure that the audience has learned something new from you, and they can use your insights and prescriptions in their own enterprises. Many thanks for chairing the jury for this year's AIMA Foundation Day Awards as well. You have helped us recognize and facilitate some outstanding business leaders for their extraordinary achievements. We are much obliged and thank you. Mr. Mariwala and Mr. Munjal, many congratulations to you on your respective awards. These awards have a great history, and its recipients of the past have defined the evolution of Indian business and management over the past many decades. It's been our privilege to present these awards to you for your special achievements. I hope that AIMA can engage you in promoting new management thinking in the country in the time to come. AIMA is pleased to confer this year's Public Service Excellence Award on the anonymous frontline workers who stake their personal well-being to treat and contain COVID and enable life and business to go on during the pandemic. The business and society is greatly indebted to these workers, and we all are extremely grateful to them. I also congratulate the winners of AIMA Dr. Ram Tadneja Award for the Best Article in Indian Management, Mr. Vivek Mehra, and the winner of AIMA Dr. J.S. Juneja Award for Creativity and Innovation in MSMEs, Dr. Kavita Sairam. It is our hope that these awards will spur you to even further excellence and greater achievements. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of our knowledge partner for these awards, Thornton, Bharat. A special thank you to the firm's CEO, Mr. Vishesh Chandoik, who has been extremely helpful. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been exposed to some astute insights and ideas on the evolving uncertainty and change in this session, and we'll further explore these themes in the following sessions with Mr. Mariwala as well as with Mr. Munjal. Managing radical change has always been a prime task for business leaders now, and we must all find our unique pathways to business agility and resilience. One thing that would remain constant in the process of adaptation and innovation is the changeability of leadership. The old leadership instincts and practices can inhibit the necessary transformation, and before the leaders change others, they must change themselves. To start with, management leaders must skill and reskill themselves and must acquire certain minimum digital know-how to appreciate the technological opportunities and threats that they must be able to lead remotely if and when required. Ultimately, managing radical uncertainty and change is about learning fast and moving on. I hope that today's lectures and conversations will help everyone find their own directions. It is my privilege to conclude this session and invite you to a session with an icon of Indian industry and learn from his experience and ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sani. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our first session. A digital copy of the souvenir can be downloaded from the souvenir link on the participants platform or the AIMA website. It will also be emailed to you. We will be back for JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award lecture shortly. Do stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award lecture. May I now invite Mr. Nikhil Sani, Vice President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, and Dr. Pawan Munjal, Chairman and CEO, Hero MotoCorp, onto the virtual dais.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Pawan Munjal, Chairman and CEO, Hero MotoCorp Limited. and ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you in a special session with one of India's most successful business leaders and brand builders. Dr. Munjal, many congratulations on receiving the AIMA JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. This is one of the most prestigious corporate awards in the country, and it is nominated and adjudicated by peer CEOs. You are in the August company. The past 5 winners of this award are Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, the chairman of Tata Sons, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, non-executive chairman of Infosys, Mr. Aditya Puri, previous managing director of HDFC Bank, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, chairman and managing director of Reliance Industries, and Mr. Sanjiv Mehta, chairman and managing director of Hindustan Unilever, who is also the chairman of the award jury this year. You have set a very high standard of scale and innovation in India's motorcycles and scooters market, and you are leading Indian mobility industry into a green future. Under your leadership, Dr. Munjal, Hero has been the world's largest two-wheeler maker since 2001, and it has cumulatively sold more than 100 million vehicles. You have turned Hero into an internationally recognized brand through your business operations and sports sponsorships. You make Hero products in 3 countries, sell those in 42 countries, and you have employees from over 10 countries. You are aggressively investing in the electric mobility space and have taken stakes in promising EVs and battery startups in India and Taiwan. You are also passionate about sports and have promoted the Hero brand through extensive sponsorships across multiple sports, including golf, shooting, football, hockey, motorsports, and of course, cricket. It is AIMA's privilege to honor you with this year's AIMA JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. Dr. Munjal, it's a pleasure to have you in this session, and many thanks for agreeing to deliver the JRD Tata Memorial Lecture. This is a great opportunity for us to learn from your experience of building a great company and a great brand, and also to learn about how you are dealing with the current uncertainty and change. Your company is at the forefront of one of the major technological and business model revolutions in the past century, the shift from the internal combustion engine and garage maintenance to electric drive and software upgrades, and also the shift from predominantly individual ownership of personal vehicles to vehicle as services. Increasingly, consumers are owned by digital platforms, and the automakers must either beat them or join them. We look forward to hearing your views on the disruptive changes in the automotive industry and mobility business, and also your perspective on technological innovations to fight climate change. I hope that after your introductory speech, we would be possible to take some questions, not only some that we have been able to get from our members, but also from the audience, who we have over 2,500 of us joining us. Our Zoom platform is already filled to the max, and we now have to move on to our social media platforms, and we are all very eagerly awaiting to hear from you. So now, Dr. Munjal, it's our pleasure to invite you to deliver your keynote address.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you very much for those kind words and the warm introduction. I'm truly humbled and overwhelmed. Members on the dais, I don't see the dais though, C.K. Ranganathan, Rekha Sethi, and everyone else tuned into this live stream and on the Zoom call. As Nikhil, you said, there are a very large number of members who tuned in. My very warm greetings and namaskar to all of you. Let me first begin by thanking AIMA for inviting me to share my thoughts at this very esteemed platform today. It's not only an honor, but also a privilege for me to have received the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award and to deliver this keynote right after. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to begin with an anecdote that exemplifies the uncertain and dynamic world that we are all living in these recent times. During our year-end holidays, well, we would normally have traveled someplace, but this time around, thanks to COVID-19, we were all cooped up at home. And thankfully, I spent some quality time with my family on a chilly Delhi afternoon. I watched the popular animated film Kung Fu Panda with my grandchildren Shiv and Saina, 5 and 2 years old. In the movie, an untrained panda becomes a Kung Fu master and saves his village from the antagonist. We've seen this movie many times. The master says, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery. Today is a gift. That is why we call it the present. Of course, the children enjoyed the movie as much as I did. And yet, I had 2 realizations from this event. The first realization is that this quote has been around for probably a century or more. Yet, the young generation may hear it from the most unexpected quarters, thus proving that learning and source of knowledge is ever evolving. So it is incumbent upon the current generation to adapt and evolve with the future generations so that we are speaking the language that resonates with all of us together. The second realization is based on the quote itself, that change and future have always been associated with uncertainty. Then there are unprecedented events like the pandemic we are going through right now that provided the human race the opportunity to overcome all challenges and emerge victorious. So we must always see challenges as opportunities. The human race is very resilient. It more often than not surpasses challenges and uncertainties to evolve into a better version of itself. If the past 2 years of the unprecedented pandemic are not proof enough, our history is filled with examples of grave threats that were overcome by the resilient human spirit. Changes and disruptions, of course, come in many shapes and forms, from the regular change to drastic, like the ones we saw during the pandemic. Then there is also the strategic change, which is the result of a planned action or planned actions. However, in the recent past, the incredibly volatile and uncertain environment has undermined the effectiveness of a long-term forecasting and traditional strategic planning. The change in the world ecosystem has been disrupted, pushing people, organizations, and economies to the brink. Thus, achieving goals now requires a sea change in our models of operations, planning, and beliefs. As we stand today, global political unease, commodity and supply chain disruptions, health concerns, and innovations are adding to all the global uncertainty that we already have. To combat the ambiguous impact of these multitude of factors, leaders, public and private, need to develop balanced strategies to ensure growth and stability in the future. Another very crucial aspect in today's world is that not only is it changing faster than ever before, it is far more complex than in the past. The geopolitical situations around the world, mixed with fast evolving consumer behavior and rapid technology advancements, have seen even new age companies losing prominence as quickly as they gained it. Our ability to thrive in uncertain times requires unconventional thinking and calculated risks, including delivering difficult or unpopular decisions. In the current scenario, where uncertainty characterizes economic and social structures, it is a race for organizations to move away from the traditional approaches of strategy and adopt evolved models. The existing models of forecasting are not calibrated for new age challenges and thus require to be replaced with more agile forms of planning. The human beings react with a survive bias to threats and thrive bias to opportunities. Since uncertainty is perceived as a threat, usually individuals as well as large groups get into survival modes. In the past, we have seen public and private enterprise perishing in the survive mode. However, uncertainty also brings with it endless opportunities. Even though it may be counterintuitive to human nature, today leaders and organizations are required to promptly activate their thrive bias and uncover hidden possibilities for future growth. There are also benefits to the time of uncertainty, as they often give rise to new undiscovered needs. Thrive approach leads to innovation and creates a positive outlook in the larger ecosystem as well. It is no more a question of if, rather when, the switch to thrive is adopted by everyone. A study by Harvard that recently caught my attention was the adaptive leadership model. Simply put, it is the practice of mobilizing people to address tough challenges and grow by being more than just a leader, from being able to link organizational change to aspirations of all stakeholders, to creating an environment that embraces diverse views and uses the knowledge for greater good. Change, and sudden change especially, is usually met with resistance. So it is imperative for a leader and the organization to anticipate the resistance and use emotional intelligence to build trust. Communication is also critical. While incomplete or uncertain information may cause confusion, an absence of communication can create even greater unease. Thus, during times of uncertainty, transparent communication can motivate all stakeholders to deliver results and spark new innovations. A model that I developed along with my team is the PPP model. No, it is not public-private partnership. In my definition, it is perspective, people, persistence. The ability to get the right perspective while in the midst of uncertainty and change is often the inflection point. To be able to step back, observe, and change the course is critical when operating in a fast-paced environment. By quickly analyzing the change, an organization or individual can adapt to the situation. People, of course, are at the core of everything that we do. Empowering people enables them to make decisions and motivates them to contribute meaningfully. As I said earlier, human beings resist the uncertain. Thus, it becomes imperative for organizations and leaders to be persistent in their effort to propel their vision. Through a coherent and judicious mix of such models, we can overcome the uncertainties of the future. In the recent past, and especially over the past 2 years, we have seen many entities and individuals be the leader in embracing the drastic changes and turning them into massive opportunities. India is an obvious and clear example of managing disruptions and delivering results amidst evolving scenarios. The collective strength of the people of our country, its institutions, the industry, and policymakers have together ensured a success story filled with numerous achievements. Our society is amazingly resourceful and persistent. The scale and speed of Indian economy, the economic growth over the past many decades has been impressive to say the least. Our country has not only evolved, but in fact leapfrogged into the future, proving to be the champion of change. Especially in the past couple of years, by complementing macro growth with micro, all-inclusive welfare and strengthening the startup infrastructure, digitization, fintech, and tech-enabled development, energy transition, and climate action, the country has set itself for growth for the future. With India's growth estimated to be at 9.2%, the highest among large economies, the country is now in a robust position to withstand challenges and adopt a resilient approach for economic growth and welfare of its citizens. It is impressive beyond bounds, the resilience, strength, and character showcased by our people during this pandemic. I recall clearly that while at Hero MotoCorp, we had proactively halted operations even prior to the national lockdown in March 2020. There were colleagues who were working tirelessly to provide food, other medical resources, all to the needy. Once we commenced operations, our entire ecosystem came together and worked to put the industry and economy back on track with record-breaking manufacturing and sales performances. What worked for us was an empathetic approach towards everyone, all our stakeholders, all our people. We were proactive to adapt to the dynamic situation and planned for multiple outcomes, multiple scenarios. I personally am an optimist, and I was very clear from the very start that Hero MotoCorp and its entire ecosystem will seize this opportunity, and we did. Making our mantra, we will not let this crisis go to waste. We are towards the end of the second month of 2022 and are talking of the end of this pandemic. Of course, we have been in this position before, only to be faced with new variants, supply chain woes, inflation, and negative consumer sentiment. The stormy waves of uncertainty have lasted so much longer than we expected. However, one thing has changed. We are now responding to the situation rather than reacting. This is a step in the positive direction. Yet, the biggest positive has been the significant green and sustainable pull from all corners of the society. From a time when the green agenda had to be pushed vociferously, it is now being welcomed and propagated by individuals, organizations, and governments alike. India's renewed focus on sustainability through natural and organic farming, PLI on green energy, and the creation of funds will further India's efforts to meet climate change goals for a sustainable future. Hero MotoCorp is the only motorcycle and scooter manufacturing company listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, and we will continue to drive our efforts both through our world-class manufacturing facilities, our goals of carbon neutrality and sustainability, and through cutting-edge clean mobility solutions. Governments and corporates across the world are taking giant strides in this direction, and I'm confident that this topic will only gain pace as we move forward. Clearly, sustainability is one area that is not clouded by any uncertainty and is a change that will be propagated universally. I began with a quote from a movie. Let me close with another very popular movie quote. This one is from Spider-Man. Some of you may have probably guessed it already. It is, with great power comes great responsibility. It is imperative that all of us support ourselves, our resources, and our families, and also support those who require assistance, especially in times of dire situations. At the same time, we have put our humanitarian approach first, followed by a focus on sustainability, because as we go forward, these are the criterion that the future generations will judge us on. Profit for purpose has to be one of the guiding lights so that we can all see our planet and our society thrive. I thank you all once again to have me here, Today is a day I will always remember and cherish very fondly, and thank everyone who has joined to hear me today. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munjal, for your wisdom and your keen insight into management trends, as well as your innovation in instituting new management practices within Hero. The PPP framework that you talked about is truly innovative, and I look forward to discussing it with you in the future. But Dr. Munjal, you did talk about the future of mobility. And you have defined the motto of Hero MotoCorp as the future of mobility. What exactly is the scope of this mission? You've talked about sustainability and the need to move towards an ecosystem which is driven around addressing issues of climate change. But what does it exactly mean on the ground for Hero MotoCorp, as well as for yourself? And what lessons can all the leaders and management students on this call take away from that?
Nikhil, in February of 2020, just before the pandemic hit us, I had launched our new vision, Be the Future of Mobility. And our mission to achieve our vision is create, collaborate, and inspire. It is through this mission that we will bring our vision alive. As I just said, it was in February 2020, specifically on 18th of February to be exact, in the sprawling Center of Innovation and Technology, the CIT, outside Jaipur, our world-class R&D center, where I unveiled this new vision of the company to the whole world. Through this vision, our aim is clearly to lead the mobility space in the future as well, as we have been doing for the past 21 years. Your second question on the scope is, in a way, asking me to give away our secret sauce. Our scope is a very large canvas. And through our vision, we want to ensure that we can provide mobility to as many lives as possible on this planet and beyond. At this stage, I just want to leave the rest to your imagination.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munjal. To take that question a little further, as we do delve into mobility's future, is it more about the fuel or about the way that customers acquire vehicles? What is the priority and the change that you are seeing in this transition as we move into the future?
In my view, the future of mobility is no longer limited to being related to change in fuel or how the consumer acquire and use vehicles. It is way beyond the scope. We have to consider what mobility means to people. The definition or need will differ from person to person. For some, it is freedom of movement. For others, it is their livelihood, to earn their livelihood, a means to an end. For someone else, it is simply a means of transportation, taking you from point A to point B. And for some others, it is a statement of themselves in their environment. We live in a world of choices today, and therefore mobility is way beyond this conservative or limited scope. My personal take also is, going forward, it's not just about moving people. Mobility can be mobilizing, transporting goods, transporting people, transporting ideas. Look at what's already happening. The Dubai police has already developed motorcycle drones, motorcycles which are going to be flying over people and looking down at people and checking what's going on, making sure that people are safe on the ground. So the scope is tremendous and huge. Many, many possibilities going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Munjal. I don't know if that alludes to a certain business model or certain product ideas that Hero may be going into in the future, but we look forward to discovering that with you. Dr. Munjal, there have been so many questions that are coming in to me from Rekha, from the audience. And because we have limited time, I hope that I could ask maybe 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 of those questions to you. And they may be a little bit of repetition, but let me read them out as they come.
Okay.
Do you believe that the next generation of consumer will prefer to rent or share EVs instead of owning the vehicle? And this is from Parveen Sawhney from Gurgaon.
One more, Sawhney?
It so happens, sir.
Well, it's going to be a mix of both, and maybe some more new stuff going forward. And it's already happening today. The sharing model is already existing across the globe, including here in India. I myself personally have invested in a few companies on ride sharing, and which I believe going forward is really going to take off. Having said that, the ownership model will also exist. The younger generation going forward are more and more looking at ride sharing, at not owning.
Thank you. Another question we have from Mr. Choksi from Indore is, you've invested in battery swapping technology. What has convinced you that the scooter users will prefer to swap batteries instead of recharging those at home or office? Or is this a question of just covering the entire ecosystem and seeing what consumers would prefer as we scale out this transition?
Well, you're right. We have invested in a joint venture with Gogoro of Taiwan for battery swapping technology, and Gogoro is the masters and very well experienced in battery swapping. Very successful 5 years of experience where millions and millions of batteries have been swapped. We are not only going in for battery swapping, we are going in for both the models of fast charging as well as battery swapping. As I said, it's a very, very successful model in Taiwan and China and some other countries that Gogoro has already established. There are a lot of possibilities of battery swapping. Even in fast charging, you still go to a charging stations, you wait there for your vehicle to get charged, whatever time it takes. In a battery swapping situation, you go to the battery swapping station or kiosk, it's a matter of a minute or two that you can switch batteries and move on. Battery swapping is going to be also very successful for fleet models. So to me, there will be many situations where people will not have the possibility of fast charging the batteries because of where they live, because of where they work. Is there charging station available or not? So battery swapping will be available across the city every few kilometers. So for us, the type of segments we are getting into, the various different models of motorcycles and scooters we will be getting into, a mix of both is the best possibility that we can think of.
Dr. Munjal, this is truly from a user. It's from Kushal Kumar. He says, "Sir, how fast can we see the motors with electric batteries run? So how fast can we see two-wheelers made by Hero MotoCorp or by your investee companies? How fast will they run? Will they be comparable to today's mobiles that you manufacture?"
Well, all I can say is that you have motorcycles today which are racing, electric motorcycles which are racing for speed racing. In other words, they are matching the combustion engine speed racing motorbikes. So that technology is already available globally.
Thank you. Dr. Munjal, I have a question for you. As we look at the current mode by which business is done, there's an ecosystem which involves the manufacturer, but also the suppliers and the subcomponent manufacturers and the vendors that will sell the vehicles. As we look forward, there is a transition happening at every different step. Given the fact that Hero MotoCorp is the largest manufacturer of two-wheelers in the world and has been for a couple of decades now, this transition may not be as easy for others in your ecosystem. How would you, from a management perspective, take these people along, given the fact that some may not survive in their current business model?
Right. You're right. There is a huge disruption and a transition which is happening right now as we speak. And some of us have been working on this transition now for a few years. But we ourselves, for the first time in the year 2012 itself, we had shown the first hybrid scooter model, which ultimately did not take off because our partner went under. But having said that, we have been ourselves involved with electrification now for quite some time. We then, in 2016, invested in Aether Energy in Bangalore, a startup, which is a very successful startup now with 2 models of scooters running on the roads and really very performance-oriented and feature-laden scooters. So the ecosystem has been also transitioning for some years now. A number of the supply chain partners have already co-created systems for electrification while they are still working on supply chain components for the combustion engine vehicles. And there are many new startups that have come up for electrification components, whether it's battery or motor or battery management systems, etc. So that combination is already working, and going forward, I believe most of the current ICE component suppliers will get into the electric components as well, or otherwise. There's not just EVs, there's hydrogen, there's a lot of new stuff going on today for energy. On the dealership side, for a company like Hero, which has such a vast network of dealerships, we have about 8,000 to 9,000 touch points across the country, one of our biggest strengths. Why would we let go of that strength? It's how are we going to utilize that strength that Hero has. So we are already working very closely with some of our dealer partners that going forward, who are going to become also our network for the electric vehicles. It's for everyone to see how we roll out our network over the next few months as we launch our electric products. But it's a very, very interesting point that you bring out. It is, as I said, a huge disruption and transformation for the entire network of the automotive industry and globally too.
Thank you, Dr. Munjal. I think it's only a responsible corporation such as yourself who has foresight to be able to take everyone along with them and to make sure that they adapt to the new realities and to ensure that they have the tools and the skills available to upgrade themselves for what is inevitable in terms of the disruption that we all foresee. Dr. Munjal, it's been a pleasure to speak with you today. And again, many, many congratulations on the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. It is, again, the most prestigious award that AIMA has, and also one of the most prestigious business leadership awards in India. It is with great pride that we're able to confer it upon you today. But we also look forward to your participation as chairing the jury for next year's selection of the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. Again, thank you very much for joining us today, Dr. Munjal, and I'm sure the audience joins me in giving you a round of applause. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you again for conferring this award on me, and thank you for having me here today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our second session. We will be back for our next session with Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Civil Aviation, after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third session of the day. May I now invite Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, CavinKare Private Limited, Mr. Pati Singhania, immediate past President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to the virtual dais. May I request Ms. Rekha Sethi to deliver the introductory remarks, please?
Honorable Minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Mr. Pati Singhania, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all to this very special session. It is a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon, and thank you for joining us for a dialogue with an exceptionally gifted and forward-looking minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. Mr. Scindia, it is a privilege to have you on the AIMA platform today, and many thanks for accepting our invitation for a fireside chat. You are among the brightest leaders in the government, and your vision and energy are transforming Indian aviation. Mr. Singhania, it is great to have you with us, and many thanks for agreeing to moderate the chat. You are a senior leader of Indian industry, and we look forward to a very engaging conversation between you and the minister. CKR, always a pleasure to have you with us. Your guidance and support has been pivotal in putting together the program for this day. Ladies and gentlemen, aviation has been one of the most affected sectors during the COVID pandemic. Yet, this sector has delivered admirable services to the people at a very difficult time. India's aviation ministry and industry have ensured continuity of the necessary movement of people and goods throughout the disruption. Now, looking forward, the aviation sector is set to play a central role in the transformation of logistics and mobility in the country. We are fortunate to have an able and energetic minister in Mr. Scindia to lead a fresh takeoff. With these few words, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ranganathan to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Rekha. Honorable Minister Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Mr. Pati Singhania, immediate past President AIMA and Vice Chairman Managing Director, JK Papers Limited, Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you with us and a very warm welcome to welcome in a chat with Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. Mr. Scindia, it is a privilege to have you join us today, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. It's great to have you back on the AIMA platform, and we are looking forward to a very informative and exciting conversation with you. Despite still being young in the political milieu, you have already been a parliamentarian for half of your life, and you have been a minister across multiple regimes. You are doing an outstanding job in developing and transforming the country's aviation sector. Your success in privatizing Air India marks a fundamental shift in governance and ideology. You signify the new India that is all about action and glory. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Harsh, it's a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to moderate the chat with Mr. Scindia. You are the immediate past president of AIMA, and we continue to count on your leadership and our support in taking AIMA forward. You lead one of India's largest business groups, and your vision and wisdom are valued by Indian industry and the government. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. In this session, we will focus on critical areas of Indian economy and explore how radical structural and management changes can allow it to flourish despite uncertainty. We'll use this opportunity to hear the minister about how Indian aviation has navigated COVID turbulence and how it is set for a fresh takeoff. Indian economy has rebounded strongly from the effects of the initial lockdown and subsequent waves of COVID, and there is consensus about India's GDP growing between 8 and 9%. The receding lethality of the pandemic has allowed removal of most of the restrictions on movement and meeting, and we are fairly close to normalcy. However, COVID's multiple waves have taught the world to not lower its guard too early. Moreover, the pandemic's side effect on the global supply chain, national policies, and geopolitics have created multiple faceted uncertainties in the economic environment. The government has tried to stabilize the economy with a massive stimulus and has also taken advantage of the uncertainty by positioning India as a reliable global supply chain destination. The next few years are crucial, and we may find ourselves in a dramatically altered economy before the end of this decade. The aviation sector is already a key driver of economic growth and change in India, and now it is set to become a driver of business transformation. The rapid establishment of new airports and expansion of the existing ones is set to accelerate and upgrade economic activity in our country. The upcoming drone subsector of aviation is a game changer for the industrial and the service activities. New businesses and business models are set to emerge in the aviation sector that will change the way we move things and reach customers. If we had enough drones during COVID, it would have saved lives and protected health by allowing faster and wider distribution of medicine supplies and vaccines. The Aviation Ministry has done a monumental job during the COVID. It has undertaken a large number of flights to retrieve Indian national standard across the world because of local lockdowns, and also medicines from different parts of different countries. I think all have been got on a record time. It has played a key role in keeping critical supply chain going. Also, it has tried to keep the grounded airlines to survive the internal and global restrictions on travel. We will learn more about what the Aviation Ministry has accomplished through these trying times in the course of our conversation with Ms. Scindia. The aviation sector has also to deal with the challenges of climate change and anti-flying campaigns in the West. India has committed itself to net zero emission by 2070, and the country's growing aviation sector will be a big part of the commitment. Unlike the saturated aviation in the West, Indian aviation is only beginning to expand its wing, and it will have to innovate in fuels and flying designs to find a way around the challenges. We would like to hear the Minister about the government strategy for a green growth of Indian aviation. With these words, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Singhania to conduct the session. Over to you.
Thanks, Mr. President. Shri Jyotiraditya ji Scindia, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Rekha, Sethi, past presidents, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Jyotiraditya ji, this afternoon, and we are grateful to you for joining us to celebrate AIMA's Foundation Day, which is also celebrated as the National Management Day by the management fraternity in India. At a fairly young age, you are already a veteran member of parliament and a central minister. You have served 4 terms in the Lok Sabha, and now you are a prominent member of the Rajya Sabha. You have led many key ministries in previous administrations, including telecom, IT, power, commerce and industry, etc. In each of your assignments, you have raised the bar for performance. Personally, I am a great admirer of your dynamism and clarity of thought, having known you for almost 3 decades. Now, as the Minister of Civil Aviation, you are leading a radical transformation of India's commercial aviation. Under your leadership, the government has privatized Air India and proved that it is both willing and able to implement this agenda of minimum governance and be a facilitator for business. In a way, Jyotiraditya ji, you are carrying on what your illustrious father, the late Madhav Rao ji, has started as Minister of Aviation 30 years ago. He reopened the Indian skies for private airlines, and now you have overseen the privatization of Air India nearly 70 years after its nationalization. You are driving a rapid expansion of infrastructure by pushing for construction of 16 new airports in the country's heartland states and spearheading a capex of nearly 1 lakh crore rupees on modernizing old terminals and building new ones. As a minister, your response to the prevailing economic conditions, which have been challenging, is positive, and India's business leaders can take a leaf out of your book to thrive in times of radical uncertainty and change. Now, while there is great optimism about the pandemic receding now, and everybody keen on getting back to business in right earnest, uncertainties remain. The aviation sector is emblematic of the complex uncertainty of these times. It is estimated that about 25,000 jobs have been lost directly and many more indirectly. And in financial terms, the sector's losses are pegged between $3.5 to $4 billion. COVID's multiple waves have not allowed the aviation industry to get fully off the ground. It continues to be buffeted by turbulence of fluctuating restrictions on flights, quarantine impositions, and testing requirements. Then there is the issue of climate change, which President C.K. Ranganathan talked about. Keeping aviation going has been a challenge for governments around the world during border lockdowns and local counter-COVID measures. The government of India has tried to balance the priorities of health, safety, and economic continuity. It is also undertaking extensive programs of bringing down Indians stuck in different parts of the world. Simultaneously, we are trying to make aviation accessible to more Indians at more places, both domestically and internationally. Finally, there are emerging technologies and emerging modes like drones and the use of electric planes. It is in this backdrop that we are delighted to have you, Jyotiraditya, for a conversation and to hear your views about the future of Indian aviation. Thanks again, Minister, for being with us, and a very warm welcome to you. Now, Jyotiraditya, would you like to make some initial comments or observations before we get into the Q&A, or whichever way you want to do?
I think, Harshpati, let me say that you've pretty much summed it all. So so fire away. I'm ready to answer all questions. I also believe in life that it's much better to have a dialogue than a monologue, and I think that's what my credo always has been, and that's the credo of this government, to be consultative and facilitative in our process. So that's the way I think we should conduct the session. So back to you and over to you again. But let me also thank Rekha, Sethi ji and Ranganathan ji, along with yourself, Singhania ji, for having me here this afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be back at AIMA. It's a forum that I have had the privilege and the honor of attending many a time over the last 2 decades of my career as a public servant. And every time I feel privileged whenever I'm asked to attend one of the sessions. So thank you very much for having me. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. So let's start off right away. Last fiscal, the domestic passenger traffic at Indian airports was down about 62%, and international passenger traffic was down about 85%. Private aviation companies struggled to survive, and the government lost several thousand crores. What, sir, is your plan to restore the health of Indian aviation? And when do you expect passenger traffic to recover to pre-pandemic levels?
So, Harshpati ji, first of all, let me say this, that ours is a sector that has gone through probably the biggest inflection point and probably the harshest environment over the last 2 years across industry, across the globe. The civil aviation sector is one sector that pretty much came to a standstill through wave 1 and wave 2 of Corona. It's been extremely severely impacted, and it's something that you alluded to in your opening remarks, except you talked about $8 to $10 billion. It's close to about $400 billion of losses across the globe. In India alone, we're talking about 19,000 crores last fisc of losses in the aviation sector. So it's been an extremely tough environment, but I must, through you, congratulate and commend all our stakeholders that have persevered through these very difficult times. We have worked assiduously together as partners to make sure that we come out of this difficult period. In the first wave, passenger traffic went down from close to about 144 million passengers, unique passengers per year, to 0. And then we, post the second wave, we started climbing back, inching our way back. I, as you are aware, had put in place capacity caps and fare caps to make sure that we give a little bit of an insulated environment in which the industry can function, to ensure that all our players survive, all of them get some decent market share, some levels of revenue. And that's something that I personally monitored on a daily basis. We raised capacity. When I came in, capacity was close to about between 50 to 62.5%. And from July till October, we sequentially raised capacity from 50 to 62.5 to 75 to 82.5. And we opened up full capacity on the 18th of October of last year to 100%. So we were flying with full capacity in India at 100% on the 18th of October. Pre-COVID numbers were close to about 4 lakh per day, passengers per day. And we were extremely elated when in November and December, we started hitting numbers of close to 3.8 to 3.9 lakh per day. So we were almost back to pre-COVID levels, roughly 3 to 4% off pre-COVID levels. And that talks to you about the spring in the step, the buoyancy of this sector and the future demand that's going to be created in the sector. Civil aviation is going to become the backbone of Indian transportation over the next 5 to 10 years, both because of its physical reach as well as because of its cost-effective economic rates that are offered for fares. So on both precepts, I really firmly believe the civil aviation story in India is extremely strong. However, then came along Omicron, and then basically the number of travelers tanked once again, and understandably so because of the fear of contracting the virus. We fell back down to close to about 1.6 lakh a day. So we had a contraction of close to about 65-70% of our pre-wave 3 numbers. But I'm glad to report through you to industry and to the country at large today that yesterday's figures, we are back to close to 3.5 lakh passengers. So though the fall has been steep, the rise has been steep as well, coming back up once the COVID numbers have fallen. So in physics terms, if you look at the amplitude of the curve, the amplitude has been very, very, very high, but then the wavelength has also been extremely narrow, and therefore you've seen a bounce back. I'm very confident that you will, ceteris paribus, all things remaining equal, going forward in the next 2 months or so, you should see us crossing, and I'm underlining that, crossing pre-COVID levels in terms of per daily passenger traffic. And that will herald new demand, new capacity coming in, both at airports and with respect to airlines. As you're probably aware, we have possibly 2 new airlines coming in to play, and the rebirth of the rebirth of Jet Airways, second, a new airline in the form of Akasa, and then the new management at Air India putting their best foot forward with a new value proposition. So I think this sector is poised for new value-led paradigms for the customer, greater penetration, greater aircraft capacity, and greater airports. And I think I'm very bullish over the next 3 to 5 years for the civil aviation space.
Thank you. I think you've certainly got everybody very enthused and positive about this. You talked of something very important, which is the fact that we might actually be running out of capacity sooner than what we might think. I'd like to ask you and take a segue from that when we are talking of infrastructure, it's not just airport infrastructure and the aviation infrastructure, the interlinkage of that along with other means of transportation, for example, highway connectivities from the airports, intercity as well as urban rapid rail transport, the development of hotels and other hospitality services. Because as you know, along with aviation, what goes hand in hand has been the tourism and the other hospitality sector, which was also very badly hit. Would you like to share your views as to how do you see or your government sees the combination of this in an integral manner to give a boost to the economy, as well as, if I may underline, provide a large number of jobs, because that has been a huge, huge casualty, and we haven't really talked too much about the jobs so far.
Okay, so let me tell you what has changed in the last 2 to 3 decades. 2 to 3 decades ago in the civil aviation space, you needed to have latent demand that augured for either infrastructure to be set up at a particular site or for connectivity to be given. That thought has pretty much turned on its head. Today, it is connectivity that is providing economic growth to hitherto hinterland areas. And therefore, unless you have transport connectivity, and rail, as you know, the penetration is tremendous in our country. But the focus today is on civil aviation, because the one thing that has become extremely precious to every human being in the world today is time. And therefore, having connectivity has become an imperative prior to any investment. And as AIMA, as an industry body itself, I think you'll concur with me that prior to yourselves and your stakeholders looking at any new investments, the first thing you look at is in terms of airline connectivity into that site as well. So that thought has turned on its head. That has led to a huge amount of demand for airline connectivity to happen. Now, coming to the numbers and the point that you referred to, very few people are aware of this, and I wasn't aware of this until I became minister. But the output multiplier, in terms of the economic output multiplier, civil aviation is close to 3.25. So therefore, for every rupee invested in the civil aviation sector, the GDP output rises by close to 3.25 times. On the other hand, the other point that you talked about, which was employment, the employment multiplier from civil aviation sector alone is close to 6.1. And that means that for every direct job that civil aviation creates, it also creates 6.1 indirect jobs. And therefore, civil aviation has become very importantly embedded into any country's economic growth paradigm. And the same is going to happen and has already started to happen in India. The turnover of just the airline space is close to about 90,000 crores, which is close to 2% of GDP. And therefore, you're seeing a great coupling happening, if you will, between civil aviation and economic growth. And our whole thesis is based, as you mentioned, in terms of overall infrastructural connectivity. And that's why the Prime Minister has not only laid emphasis on civil aviation in terms of the UDAN program, Ude Desh Ke Aam Nagarik, where rural and hinterland connectivity is subsidized by metro connectivity. And just through the UDAN program over the last 4 to 5 years, we have started operating close to 65 new airports, heliports, and waterdromes, and almost about 403 new routes that were hitherto not operational. So you've seen a great fillip there. And along with that, the Prime Minister's thought on Gati Shakti, where all infrastructure is now dovetailed, to the point that you made in your question, Harshpati ji, where highway infrastructure, port infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, metro infrastructure is all dovetailed all together. Civil aviation infrastructure is dovetailed together. So, for example, in the case of Jewar, for a case in point, close to about a 38,000 crore project, where you're going to see by the end of phase 2 almost 70 million passengers through that airport, which is the current capacity of Delhi airport. You're going to have direct metro connection, direct rail connection, an 8-line highway connection, and also when the bullet train comes up, you will have a bullet train stoppage also at Jewar. So you're going to have multimodal connectivity through Gati Shakti, and that is the Prime Minister's dream, to be able to achieve synergistic infrastructure connectivity across India, across all projects. So if you're building a highway, then build all infrastructure along that same route. That is the synchronous thought of this government. And which is why in this budget also, Harshpati ji, you've seen a tremendous emphasis on CapEx. And for the first time, you're seeing close to about a 39% increase in CapEx from 5.2 lakh crores to almost 7.5 lakh crores, which talks about this government's emphasis, which will hopefully not crowd out, but crowd in private investments from agencies such as yourself.
Thank you. I think that is very well put in the perspective, and quite frankly, from an overall business and industry point of view, we had been asking government to go for the infrastructure push, and which is what the finance minister in her speech mentioned, and the concept of crowding in, which you talked in, is quite unique, because normally we think in terms of government spending, crowding out other investments.
But in this environment, Harshpati ji, that is the need of the hour. And this is, please understand the Prime Minister's emphasis that this is not a blip. In 2021, your capex from a government perspective was close to 4.1 lakh crores. That was raised by 20% to 5.2 lakh crores in last year's budget. That has now been raised by 30%, from 5.2 lakh crores to almost about 7.5 lakh crores, 40%, sorry. So it's been incremental every single year, and that shows government's commitment. And as we say in the external affairs area, you need to have CBMs, confidence building measures. And therefore, this is our CBM in partnership with Indian industry, that we are going to back on the front foot. Come and join us to make India's story a global story.
Absolutely, very well put. In fact, you will recall that when people like you and us from business, etc., in the last 2 decades used to visit newly developing Asian countries, particularly China, etc., we saw the amount of tremendous infrastructure that was put in. And frankly, the question we used to ask ourselves then is, but how is this going to pay back? But really what we have found is that infrastructure money put up ahead will have an eventual payback, which will have the multiplier effect of the kinds that you talked about. Now, moving on, if I may ask you a couple of other areas. You have done a great job, Jyotiraditya ji, by bringing out the rules for flying drones. And the government has included drones under its PLI scheme. When can we expect to see drones in our skies doing routine tasks? And how do you think drones will change the aviation landscape? And here, if I may say, I've seen you particularly proactive in this area. So we very much want to understand from you.
So first of all, let me say this, that every 10 years in the world, you have a paradigm that brings about a disruptive tectonic shift in the way humans live their lives. In the early 90s, for us in India, it was the introduction of this dabba that we carry around, which has become an extension of our bodies, which is the cell phone, right? 5 or 10 years later, you started looking at 3G, 4G, where you started streaming, accessing information, doing commerce through your mobile phone. This time around, in the 2020s, this decade I firmly believe that drone technology is going to, again, be a positive, disruptive paradigm in the way the world functions. And when I say that, I say that not because only from the point of view of the manufacturing of drones, because there's a whole value chain as far as the drone space is concerned. The first is the manufacturing space, where I think India can again become a global leader, because the one thing that sets us apart from any other country in the world is the fact of us not being able to only harness our capabilities for production for the world, but also production for India. 1.3, 1.4 billion people, the demand that we generate internally as a domestic market is huge. And so therefore, the first part of the value chain is going to be production of drones itself. But if you look at the value chain, that's not going to be the only value additive part. The second part is actually going to be the service delivery paradigm. And here is what is extremely unique about drones, because the drone itself is the skeleton of your body. But the soul and the brain is the software. And every human being can have the same skeletal structure, but the soul and the brain is unique in every human being. And so is the case with drones, because for every application, a different software is required. So agriculture requires a different software. Within agriculture, the different requirements all require different software. Mining will require a different software. Cadastral survey will require a different software. E-commerce will require a different software. So you have myriad avenues of growth for the software industry alone from within the service delivery paradigm of drones. And then the third area of the value addition really comes from the employment multiplier. Now think about it, that if you need 5 lakh drones in this country, or maybe 1 lakh drones in this country, for every drone, you'll need a drone pilot. And the beauty about the area of drones, unlike other flying aircraft, is that even a 12th class student can become a drone pilot within 2 to 3 months of attending a drone school. And then you're looking at an employment opportunity of close to 30 to 40,000 rupees per human being. And so look at the employment multiplier there. So that for you is the value chain for drones. Now, the government has to be, I believe that government's role has to be that of not a restrictive regulator, but of a constructive collaborator. And that truly has been the role of this government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji. And let me also say this unequivocally, that it is Prime Minister Modi's brainchild that has actually led to the development of a drone policy with such great impetus in India. And the reason for that is very simple. India has always been a follower of opportunities over the last several decades. And the Prime Minister emphatically believes that India can become the world's drone hub by 2030. And here is an opportunity for us to lead, which is why you've seen within 5 months of the drone rules being established in March of last year, we completely relooked at the whole rules and recasted them and released them in August of last year. All permissions were done away with, all red tapeism was done away with. We moved from close to 72 forms to something like 10 forms, from close to about 50 types of fees to only 5 types of fees. So we completely collapsed the approval process and made it extremely simple. We then promised, when I released the new drone rules in September of 2021, I promised that within 30 days, we will release the airspace map. And mind you, it was a Herculean task, because the airspace map is something that you develop along with all state governments, all 36 state and union territories, identifying what are red areas, no-fly zones, green areas, yellow areas, along with all line ministries, Defense Ministry, Home Ministry, etc., etc., etc. And we were able to do that working day and night within 30 days. And I think this is a first for any department of Government of India. And I'd like to commend all the officers within our department who've been able to achieve this Herculean task. So you had drone roles recasted in 5 months. You had an airspace map released within 1 month of that. You had a PLI scheme, a productivity linked incentive scheme, released within 3 weeks of the new drone rules. Never before have you seen such a rapid rollout by government in terms of a facilitatory process. And for an industry that is in its nascency at 60 crores of turnover of drone manufacturing, the incentive alone was 2x the revenue of industry. It's 120 crores worth of incentive over the next 3 years. So that's the kind of fillip that the Prime Minister has given to this sector. Now, along with that, so you had drone rules, you had an airspace map, you had PLI, and then you have seen the exhibition of our prowess with regard to drones. On the beating of the retreat ceremony, where we had 1,000 drones up in concert, doing all kinds of tasks. The Prime Minister released 100 drones on the Krishi drone policy a few days ago, and therefore you're seeing application. So the first responsibility of government is to frame the policy. The second responsibility of government is to provide the incentive, which we've done with regard to the PLI. And the third responsibility of government is to provide the demand. And we have done that through all line ministries, taking up responsibility of giving the first orders to the drone industry. So whether it's the agricultural ministry with Krishi drones, whether it is the mining ministry, whether it is the rural development ministry with regard to the Swamitha scheme, where cadastral surveys are being done by drones. So across the board, every line ministry today has adopted, taken in drones as a part of their living being. And that's where you're going to see the investment come in. We are looking at close to 5,000 crores worth of investment purely in the manufacturing space. The service sector should be looking at close to 30,000 crores worth of revenue over the next 5 to 6 years, and almost close to about 5 lakh jobs being created on the service side and close to 10,000 jobs being created on the manufacturing side. So the sky is the limit, no pun intended.
Indeed, indeed. Now, Minister, I know you have a hard stop, but there have been several questions. So I'm going to club a couple of quick questions for you, a very quick response from you. There are questions around, indigenous aircraft engine MRO ecosystems, as well as about component manufacturing indigenously. So we are importing aircraft. So those are, you understand. And there's another question around alternate fuel. So I'll just stop at those two broad questions. If you have any quick responses to those.
So I firmly believe, Harshpati ji, that the time has come in India for us to establish the civil aviation ecosystem. If you look at the evolution of the civil aviation industry in India, very much like all other industries, and you and I have studied in Economics 101, that every industry goes through an S-shaped curve in terms of its evolution. So you have first infancy, where growth is relatively slower. Then you have a growth period where you have almost at 60 degree, 70 degree incline growth at that level. And then you attain maturity, where then again growth starts petering out. And I think the civil aviation ministry today, the industry today, is in its growth phase. It was too early in earlier days to establish that ecosystem. But as you will understand extremely well, just like the auto sector, which has OEMs and then the whole ancillary system built around it. And if I may, the ancillary system is as important as the heart of the auto sector, which is the auto industry. Because without the ancillaries, the auto industry will not be able to, the wheels will not move. And similar is the case with civil aviation. So whereas we have been concentrating, and we continue to concentrate on the airline space, on the airport space, which is the heart of the civil aviation ecosystem, it's time now that we started crossing the T's and dotting the I's of putting the foundations in place of the ecosystem of civil aviation. And by that I mean MROs, by that I mean flying training organizations, by that I mean cargo, by that I mean ground handling, by that I mean manufacturing in the civil aviation industry. as well. As you're probably aware, I have set up 9 advisory groups, and these are not advisory groups in the manner of speaking of just something being put up on websites. I chair each one of those advisory groups as a member, as an equal stakeholder. We have had close to about 26 meetings between these 9 advisory groups across MROs, FTOs, cargo, ground handling, manufacturing, across the board. And we are crafting a game plan and a strategy for each one of these sectors so that it becomes pivotal in terms of pushing the civil aviation industry towards forming that ecosystem. I'm talking with all the important stakeholders within each one of these foundational areas, if you will, to be able to set up in India to take this industry forward. We have just, for example, introduced a new MRO policy, again, very forward-looking, where I have scrapped pretty much all land rental rates, which were at abysmal highs at airports. I have given incentives for MROs to be set up. Similarly, I've released a new FTO, Flying Training Organization policy. I've released a new helicopter policy where all landing charges, parking charges have been scrapped. VAT levels have been brought down. So we are giving the necessary fillip, if you will, to make sure that the private sector comes in and this sector, from an ecosystem point of view, really takes off. Final 2 thoughts I have with regard to this industry, which are extremely important. The first, structurally, we have to make this industry competitive and profit-making. And for that, a very important part is the cost of fuel in this industry. Probably only next to paper, which is also an industry that you run and you know like the back of your hand, there is no other industry apart from civil aviation where raw material constitutes 40% of cost structure. And for an industry that's loss-making, you're saying that basically cost structure is equal to revenue structure. And so therefore, if ATF is 40% of revenue, you only have 60% left to defray all other costs. And therefore, it becomes extremely difficult to become competitive. And in India, we had close to about 25 states that were charging between 20% to 30% VAT on ATF. And so one of the things that I thought as a precursor to VAT coming into GST is to go to each state government to implore them to bring them on board as equal stakeholders so that they benefit and the industry benefits to lower this VAT on ATF. And if I may, through you, tell all our stakeholders that in the last 5 months, we have been extremely successful. And I'd like to thank all the state governments through your chat as well for coming on the front foot and assisting the sector and assisting themselves. 12 states have reduced VAT from 25 to 30% down to 1 to 4%. And these are very, very large states, whether my home state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Gujarat, the state of Karnataka, where Bangalore is situated, the Bangalore airport, 28 down to 18%. The states of the UTs of Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Andaman and Nicobar, Daman and Diu, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, pretty much across Haryana, across the board. So we have now a situation. When I came in as minister, we had 11 states that had VAT between 1 to 4%, and 25 states that had VAT between 25 to 30%. We now have a situation where that situation has been flipped. We have now 24 states where VAT is between 1 to 4%, and only 11 states where VAT is between 25 to 30%. And my pursuit of bringing those balanced 11 states on board is ongoing. And let me also tell you that it has given tremendous dividends to those states that have reduced VAT. In the example of Srinagar, as soon as they reduced VAT, refueling in Srinagar has gone up by 360%. In another state, flight connectivity, for the example of Andhra and for Kerala, as soon as they reduced VAT a couple of years ago, flight connectivity in 3 months went up there by 20%. So therefore, those dividends start accruing to states that are forward-looking. And through you, I'd like to urge the balanced 11 state governments to come on board so as to improve their economic situation, their tourism potential, their infrastructure potential by reducing this barrier to entry and creating economic dividends for their populace.
Thank you. I wish I had anywhere near the influence that you are alluding to, but I'm sure through the various AIMA chapters in those states, they are hearing you. Jyotiraditya ji, I know we are run out of time, but I want to take the opportunity of thanking you as ever for providing a very lively yet open and clear session, and also laying before the entire audience the kind of dynamism that there is from this sector, and not alone the aviation sector, but really how it is deeply intertwined with India's economic growth. I'm sure we will have other opportunities again at AIMA later to have greater dialogue with you. But thank you very much for personally sparing the time, despite having traveled, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Scindia has come in time. I don't know, flying a drone or what, to come straight to his office for the AIMA session. Jyotiraditya, thank you very much. Most grateful for this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our third session. We will be back for the next session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last session of the day. It gives us great pleasure to bring to you a very special session with Mr. Harsh Mariwala, Chairman Marico Limited, and moderated by Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, CavinKare Private Limited. May I request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan to please conduct the session.
Thank you. Mr. Harsh Mariwala, Chairman Marico Limited, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to have you with us in this special session with one of India's iconic business leaders and the winner of AIMA's 2021 Lifetime Achievement Award for Management. Mr. Mariwala, AIMA is privileged to honor you today and have an opportunity to share your observation and thoughts on entrepreneurship and management. You are one of India's most storied business leaders, and you have built Marico into an institution that inspires upcoming entrepreneurs to challenge the incumbents and create their own unique space in the market. Though you need little introduction to this audience, I would still offer a snapshot of your career and achievement. You started in your family company, Bombay Oil Industries, which traded in bulk cooking and hair oil and had limited distribution. I would say only bulk cooking. It is people used to sell it in loose for hair oil. You made it a national company and reoriented it by turning Parachute and Saffola labels into consumer brands. You founded Marico in late 1980s as Indian economy began to open up and consumerism took off in our country. You took on global competition when much bigger Indian consumer brands decided to sell out to MNCs. Instead of defending your territory, you ventured into theirs and built several successful brands over the years, including Nihar Naturals, Setwet, Livon, and Medicare, in addition to enhancing the Parachute and Saffola brands. We have also built a beauty and wellness products and services portfolio under the Kaya brand. We're also passionate about promoting local innovation and entrepreneurship. You set up Marico Innovation Foundation way back in 2003 when innovation had not become the buzzword that it is today. Then in 2012, you created Ascent, a platform for peer-to-peer learning and a collaboration among small enterprises. Now your family office, Sharp Ventures, is a leading backer of Indian innovators, especially in the physical economy. You have succeeded not only in building the great business, you have also built an ecosystem in which others can also flourish. Marico Foundation, we have done an exemplary job in awarding, recognizing, supporting. I think that will go a long way in building entrepreneurship in our country. And also, your book on harsh realities, I think I always read it as harsh realities and also harsh realities. Either way you can take it. I think it's a fabulous book. I would very strongly recommend all the audience here to definitely read that. Harsh, what I like in that is the way it addresses the startup. Somebody who is in different stages of business, startup levels, what they can how they can relate, how they can build, what they can take a cue for building a culture. I think all these things would go a long way in terms of that. Huge leadership lessons. And another thing I like is also very mature business also can take lessons. Very mature. I draw a lot of inspiration, I can tell you. And I have taken a few series of actions to be taken. Every time I read, I take notes. I think it's very, very, very important thing because it is like a kind of, you have not only proven success, you venture to share some in-depth details about that. I think that's the beauty of the book. And thank you very much, Harsh, for gifting that book to Indian management system and also for a lot of business people, entrepreneurs and mature businessmen as well. Today, we would like to have you tell us how you turned your aspiration into an institution, how you created value from values, and how you managed to beat the trap of success and continued your focus on innovation. Harsh, it's my pleasure to invite you to deliver your talk. So, Harsh, over to you. After that, I will jump into Q&A. If you want.
I thought maybe I don't know, I was under the impression there's a Q&A format. So
okay, I'll right away talk about that. Yeah. I'll talk about the book, which is how when the book knowledge. I also like the way Ramcharan, the most popular management gurus, is able to come at each chapter, end of each chapter, about the lessons to be learned from that chapter and from your life lesson and the extra comments. I think it was very, very enriching, I must say. Thank you, Harsh. So could you talk about, it was a commodity market initially, it's all a commodity. From there to making it a consumer products. Why you thought you should go out of your family kind of this thing? And that the initial challenges of the commodity market to making it a brand. I think if you could tell the real challenge that you faced from the retailers and so on, I think that would help us.
So thank you, Ranga. Thank you for calling me to this platform and great talking to you. I strongly believe that all of us have some God-given gifts and we also don't like to do a few things and our own weaknesses. And I always feel that, we need to leverage our God-given gifts. So those days, early 70s when I joined business, a lot of license Raj was there at that time. If you had to succeed in business, you had to get a license. And for you to get a license, you would have to park yourself in Delhi, grease some palms, use your networks. And I was not cut out for all that kind of a approach to business. I also didn't like B2B businesses where one would have to go and meet buyers and take them out for dinners. And I was very comfortable talking to the general trade, like distributors, retailers, in a way that suited me. And I also like interacting with final consumers. So, when I joined the business, I realized that the whole business was unbranded. And there was a great opportunity to convert that business from unbranded to branded. So I went in a very small way to some interior markets in Maharashtra and then Gujarat, and learned a lot in that journey. There was nobody to guide me or teach me. So I had to take small steps. So it took much longer than one would have done it if one had somebody to guide from the top. But I had to do everything on my own, and we didn't even have good talent, no professionals, completely family managed. So over a period of time, as we went on expanding distribution, as we started advertising, we started seeing the benefits of building an FMCG brand. And we had two brands at that time, Parachute and Saffola. And if I had to look back, and that's the way I started. But if I had to look back at my own journey, where did we get those breaks in terms of our increased market share or growth? I think it occurred whenever we did something different. And in a highly competitive environment, it is very important for any entrepreneur to identify the so-called right to win. You can't, or it's very difficult to win in a crowded marketplace if you are not differentiated. And that differentiation can only come out of some innovation or through a pioneering initiative. And whatever we have done is based on pioneering stroke innovative approaches to our brands. And if I look back at all my brands, in their particular segment where we are present, we are market leaders. So I think portfolio choice played a very important role in terms of where to enter. And if we didn't see ourselves becoming a strong player, we would not enter that space. So mainline shampoos, for example, we said that we just can't succeed against all the MNCs. But within the shampoo category, there is a very small segment of anti-lice shampoo where they are not present. So we have a presence in that. And then, many other areas where we are currently present, we only entered those spaces where we could be market leaders. I think that's the whole market leadership has played a very important role in our growth journey as well as in our profitability. And then I think all that can only happen if you have good talent and good culture. So there is a war for talent, and that war for talent is going to accelerate in the Indian environment. And entrepreneurs will have to identify what is it which they are offering to their potential employers and how could they retain talent. It's just not monetary, but what kind of experience do they need to give? How do you make people learn? How do you chart their career is a very, very important part of retention of talent. And more importantly, you need to create a culture which is where people enjoy working. And the last thing I want to talk about governance. I think governance also has played a very important role from day one, when even the tax rates were very, very high at that time. I always believed in doing things the right way, because even if you start taking shortcuts as an entrepreneur, then people down the line will start taking shortcuts, and then you're sowing seeds of not adhering to compliances and taking shortcuts. And I needed to avoid that. So from day one, we practice very high standards of governance. So to sum up, I would say, create a strong right to win through differentiation, innovation, pioneering, backed by a very good talent, retain the talent by providing the right experiences in culture, and finally, have very high standards of governance.
Thanks, Harsh. So I would like to ask the one question about, because it's not easy to build an enduring culture. In those days, when you moved, when you carved out your own consumer product business from the family business, HR was not known much. It is all more personal management, attendance, and payroll managing and such kind of things. But you practice the high quality HR orientation and the culture, what you built in. I think it's primarily responsible. It's all a very strong foundation on which the company could grow. Could you throw some light on the culture, why you felt importance and how you built this thing, able to do that?
So when Marico was formed in the year 1990, we took many managers at senior levels, and we took something like 30 or 40 managers within a very short period of time of 6 months to 1 year. And I very quickly realized that each one was operating from their own set of beliefs in terms of leadership style, how do you take decisions relating to people, products. So we became a melting pot of different cultures, and at that time I realized that if we really had to succeed, we need to have unified culture. And that's what led to my spending a lot of time. In the first 3-4 years of Marico, I must have spent a huge amount of time building the culture. And that process itself was very, very iterative, very involving. I wrote down things on my own, then discussed that with my team, and then next 2 layers of management, and finalize our values. But finalizing values is just the beginning. Anybody can finalize values. How do you convert those values into culture is a big, big challenge, And we got a lot of ideas based on our values. How do we convert those values into culture? And we did all that over a period of 2-3 years. Just to give an example, we are a trusting organization. So we, from early 90s, we've done away with muster in the office. We've done away with sick leave and casual leave, because we trust you. If you're sick, you're not entitled to sick leave, but we trust you. Whenever you're sick, you can take sick leave, or if you have any casual work. We have self-authorization of expenditure, where our employees need not go to the bosses if they incur any expense on behalf of the company. So multiple ways to reinforce each and every value played a very, very important role in creating a strong culture, which I strongly believe is very, very crucial for succeeding. It definitely helps the strategy. And we wanted an innovative culture. So how do you build innovation within an organization? And for that to happen, we said that we need to have diverse talent. So we started recruiting talent from different backgrounds. And then we said that we need to have a flat organization structure, because people have to be empowered. So very good quality talent, empowering, and we should encourage people to take risks and experiment and remove the fear of failure. So when people are empowered, they think that the organization is theirs. There is a fear of failure, which we try to say that it's okay to take risks, experiment, do it on a small scale, prototype it. And that's how you build a strong culture. And the top management also plays a very important role in reinforcing that culture of innovation by demanding innovation, by having innovation awards, which are internal awards within the organization. So when you do all this from different angles, then you create an innovative culture, because innovation just cannot happen at one time when you launch a product. It's a matter of time. Your competitors will copy you. So when they copy you, you need to do something else. You have to be 2 steps ahead of them. So you have to be innovative on a perpetual basis. And that's what I wanted to do with Marico.
Okay, thanks, Harsh. So another question I wanted to ask you is about normally Indian companies face one of the, not worldwide also, but more so India, because culturally we are we feel we have a mindset of, okay, somebody who has joined and they are loyal, sincere, they will be with us irrespective of shortcomings of talents. And maybe because of that, many companies are not able to also grow up despite having great opportunities. And you, in this challenge, in the journey, you would have come across a lot of times where you have to let go of people who have grown with you at a particular time and keep moving. Can you elaborate on that, Harsh, something, the challenges?
Yeah, I think, Ranga, this is a very good question. And I see this dilemma being faced by each and every entrepreneur in a growth stage company. What happens in a new company or a new business which is growing is that at one stage, when the business is small, you recruit a certain set of people. They perform maybe very well, and that's how the business grows. But at some stage, when the business becomes much larger, they are not able to change their approach and their style of management, and they're not able to delegate, or they are not able to manage that scale. So what do you do in a situation like that when you have a valued person who has played a very important role in that journey in terms of scaling up, but at some stage that person is less relevant or not relevant? And especially at senior levels of management, if you tolerate people who are not able to perform, it leads to a demotivating team at the top, because it actually translates to it going into other functions. And what may happen is the good talent may leave and the bad talent or the not so good talent may continue. So I've always believed that, when you are in a situation like that, especially at senior levels, it's better to actually deal with that situation head on. And when I say head on, you have to realize that the organization's interest comes first, and then only any stakeholder. In this case, the key employee. I have dealt it in multiple times when I've asked that person to leave the organization. But after giving some feedback, after trying out whether that person can cope up with the challenge of the future, at some stage when you realize that it's not workable, then you sit down with that person and say that, okay, why don't you pursue some other option, give some time. If you don't get an option in the job market, then we will ensure that financially you're not affected. So do it in a very humane manner and do it in a very open and transparent manner. Ultimately, you have to go on talking about the organizational interests, which are the first. And the same thing is applicable as far as the promoters are concerned also. Many times I have taken certain decisions which are better for the organization, even though it may not be suiting me as a promoter, because, being a promoter, I don't own the company fully, and unfortunately, many Indian promoters think that this is their company. If you are running a public company, I have 60% shareholding, 40% is external, and I have to do something which is good for all the shareholders. So it is not my company. I think the biggest problem I find with many promoters is that they think that this is their company. I think that mindset has to change, in my opinion. The moment that mindset changes, then the organization's interest will come first, and then only the promoter's interest.
Yeah, I think that's very well observed, Harsh. So my next question, Harsh, says one of the things is the David Goliath kind of a thing between Marico and HLL, the kind of thing that you have explained about how much you are cornered, pushed into a real corner, not it's one day, 2 day. It is over a period of months, and the torture and the kind of veiled threat, all these things. I think it is. I could imagine the kind of pressure. How come, despite all the kind of things, so much pressure, how you are able to take on and finally made it a sweet success? I think the reason you also articulated why you are a success, if you look at why you are able to succeed despite having all plus points at HLL level, I think that's a very important. I would like to hear that also, Harsh. That is.
So thank you, Ranga. You are aware of the background. So, but for the audience, I'll just give a little bit of background. So for those who don't know what Marico does, one of our key brands is Parachute Coconut Oil. We call it our resource generating engine because it is the biggest brand, and it generates a lot of resources for us to expand to some other categories or make acquisitions. So Marico went public in 1996, and post that, Hindustan Lever Limited at that time, not HUL, acquired Tomco, and as a part of the acquisition, they got the Niyar brand from Tomco, and they were doing very well. It's absolutely okay to be aggressive. I don't have anything against any competitor, because ultimately, you're doing it in the right way, legally. So, there was, at one level, you get a little scared that, okay, at that time, we were just having a turnover of 600, 700 crores, and they were doing maybe, I don't even remember what was the turnover, but maybe 10 times our turnover or more than that, 15, 20 times. And they were much stronger in terms of distribution network, marketing capability, the financial might in terms of ability to invest heavily into the brand. So they went public saying that they will actually give a big fight to Parachute and Marico. And one was they wanted to enter the category, it's the last category. And number two, they thought that they maybe would acquire us. So it's okay to be acquisitive, because we also acquired many brands. So one should not get scared of somebody who's acquisitive. First of all, there's nothing wrong in being acquisitive. We also have in Marico played those strategy games where we try to look at a business from that opportunistic mindset. But in my case, I was very clear that we will not sell the company out. There was a lot of pressure from the capital markets. Our share prices fell down. There was a lot of pressure from our bankers saying that why don't you sell it out? So basically, we had to take them on. And I decided to take them on. We did a lot of deliberation internally within the team, met a lot of other people. And we said that it's okay. We will take them on, even if it means that if I lose the business, it's okay. So finally, we decided to take them on. We had to take multiple steps to meet that challenge from them. One was we had to improve our distribution network, especially in rural areas, because we were weak at that time. So we appointed a super distributor who would actually reach in the rural markets. We also came out with a very effective advertising campaign, which had a lot of emotional linkage to the coconut. Coconut is a fruit, it's very auspicious when you enter a new house or when you get married, you break a coconut. So we associated the parachute brand with that breaking of coconut, and that also played a very important role. And then we had to take care of our internal morale in terms of people. So how do you maintain the morale of the field force, which was feeling a little pressure? So we took multiple actions on various fronts, and we decided to take them on. We increased our ad budgets also. So they must have launched the product 2-3 times, but we didn't lose any market share. Some weaker players lost the market share, and that's how we were able to take them on over a period of 4 or 5 years. And after 5 years, what happened was that somewhere along the line, they started losing interest in this category. They had about 12% market share, and at some stage, they decided to sell the brand. And it was an open auction where all the leading FMCG players participated. And we were very keen to buy that brand because there was a very good fit. There was a consolidation for us in terms of our market share. So we are very aggressive, and we bought the brand from them. So actually, from selling out to a MNC, we bought their brand. And I think that was a big source of joy and felt good, very good, feel good factor within the organization. And looking back, that acquisition has really panned out very well. We have really, the positive impact of the acquisition has been huge. So net, I think we were able to meet this challenge, and not only meet the challenge, but turned out into an opportunity by improving our distribution network, by ultimately acquiring that brand and consolidating our market share.
Thanks, Harsh. Very nice. I feel that's one of the important leadership lessons in crisis one can learn from that. Other one, Harsh, one question which a lot of people because when you are having a vacancy or somebody to get promoted, generally some organizations look at laterally recruiting, and you have built a kind of pipeline of leadership also in certain times. Sometimes the next level is not ready fully. But do you take some risk and say, okay, the person will develop a kind of this thing, or you say fully ready only we'll promote? What is your advice to?
No, I think inherently you need to see the person who is being evaluated, So if that person has that burning desire to succeed, if that person is willing to try much harder, and of course, if that person is capable. So a lot will depend on the person who is being evaluated. But net, if all is positive in terms of whatever I said, in terms of burning desire, capability, you feel that's a matter of time, then unless there are some fatal flaws, we would opt for that. Because, a person whom who's worked with you, the risk level is much, much lesser, and, you're betting a little bit more on just time. And in that short period, can somebody help that person at a senior level, hold their hands. So I strongly believe that we should encourage individuals who may not be fully ready. And if there is an option of taking somebody from outside versus internal, if the person is really good, I would bet for taking the internal person and handholding them, coaching them, whatever, mentoring them, and making them succeed. Because internal success is always very positive for the whole feel-good factor of the organization.
Thank you, Harsh. One other thing, Harsh, I wanted to ask about succession planning. And from a family, normally it's family members, they come into that kind of this thing. Now you created a very professional board, and only the promoters are board managed kind of this thing, not in day-to-day operation. It is not an easy thing just to achieve. Normally the next generation will come and hold on. And how you smoothly did this kind of a thing, and also the professionals are able to carry on with that based on the culture and the foundation what you built. Could you throw some light on that?
So, it just happened that, I was in the helm of Marico for many, many years. So at one level, they say that, any organization after, and in this case, I was at the helm for almost 20 or 25 years. And before then, Bombay, so that you need some fresh thinking, fresh blood to bring in some change or to look at the whole opportunity from different mindset. So I was ready at one level to say that, I have to relinquish and I can't go on working forever. I have a strong belief in organization's perpetuity. I strongly believe that organization, at least the kind of organization I am in a FMCG business, which is relatively far more safer compared to a new age technology-led business. And I am of the opinion that, perpetuity is very important. And if perpetuity is very important, then I have to find somebody in my lifetime to replace me. So when that time came, I had a colleague who was with me for almost 14 years and very capable. And, if we concluded that in the board that, if we don't promote him, that person may leave. So, I discussed a lot in detail with my board of directors, and we came to the conclusion that looking at the overall situation, I should step down. Normally, as you rightly put it, in the Indian society, Indian business houses, it is expected that your children will follow in terms of your role. I again wore the hat of what is good for the organization comes first, because it is not my organization. It is a public company where I may have a big stake, but it is clearly not my organization. So if you wear that hat and then if you say that what is good for the organization, my son was, he was relatively younger at that time, and he had not had that experience. He also had some other preferences of doing something else. So looking at the overall situation, I said that, okay, let's promote somebody from outside. It was relatively in the Indian environment, it was little, I would say, some very few organizations have done it, especially when there is only one promoter in management. In big families, they were forced to do it when there were multiple family members, and all of them had to step down to make way for a professional. But in this case, I was the only one who was in the saddle. But I took that step, and looking back, it has been a good step because from various angles. One is from the shareholders themselves. Its market cap has jumped up from almost 4 or 5 times in the last 7 years. I have been able to do many things which I have always wanted to do, but with a full-time role, I was not able to do. So whether it is the investment office which my son is looking after, or whether it is some giving initiative in terms of helping entrepreneurs scale up, or my mental health initiative, or Marico Innovation Foundation, or improving our board effectiveness. So I've in a way, I've reinvented myself, and I think I'm getting a different type of excitement in playing this journey.
Very good, very good, fabulous, and very inspiring, Harsh. So, Harsh, I would like to now dwell on the other side. I think you not only made a successful company, made shareholders benefit, all the public people, everybody, because the way you conducted yourself in terms of you may be a large shareholder, but you ensured the smallest shareholder's interest is protected with utmost care. I think that's very rare to see such kind of thing. Hats off to you. So I want to dwell on the kind of having built a successful enterprise, the social CSR, social responsibility, beyond going companies, government requirement of that. And long before you started, you wanted to create, you are a very different person. The personal side of it, if you can talk about that, that would be nice, Harsh.
Yeah. So we call it CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, and PSR, which is personal social responsibility. So I think every person has to, one is corporates, of course, they are doing something partly now because of statute, but we used to do it before in Marico itself, before it became statutory compulsory to do so. But I think on the personal side also, I think one has to give something back to the society. And my belief in that is that I just don't have to give money. Money is important. I don't want to give a donation, but I want to be actively involved in whatever I do. And I want to give my time, I want to give my energy, I want to help that journey. And to that extent, I should be passionate about that subject. So I've chosen two subjects. One is in the area of mental health, another is entrepreneur, because I strongly believe that entrepreneurs create a lot of wealth for all the stakeholders, whether it's for themselves or their employees or associates or their customers or finally for the society. And entrepreneurs are only going to lead India into a different economic growth journey. We can't go on depending on the government for increasing our growth rate. Ultimately, it is the entrepreneurs who would make India prosperous. So I strongly believe that entrepreneurs are playing a huge role. And can I help entrepreneurs scale up? So I'm working now today with about almost 800 entrepreneurs all over India. And it is done under the aegis of what we call Ascent, ASCENT. And it started with Bombay, then went to Chennai. And you're aware of what we do. We help entrepreneurs scale up on a peer-to-peer platform and give them a lot of other opportunities in terms of mentoring, coaching, a lot of other seminars. So if any of the viewers are interested in joining Ascent, and we just charge a nominal 2,500 rupees a year as a fees if you are selected, because we want some commitment. Earlier we used to do it free, and then people who are just not committed. I want entrepreneurs who are committed to join Ascent, a commitment in terms of time, energy, and take it seriously. So if anyone is interested in joining, there are certain prerequisites, and one would have to be called for some sort of group interview. But ascentfoundation.in is the website, and you can log in and then get all the details. But I think and on the mental health, we are, I think, the largest grant-making organization in the country. It's under the name of Mariwala Health Initiative. My daughter looks after that, but we support mental health in marginalized communities, disabled communities all over India, especially in rural India. And we, on an average, work with about 20 organizations and giving them grants. We also have come out with a suicide prevention report. So many other research initiatives. We are running a call center which is available to anyone in India, which is run by Tata Institute of Social Science. And about 18 people are full-time working on that call center. And I think it's completely confidential. Nobody would know what is being counseled. Not a single person would know. It's completely confidential. I think that we are playing some role in overall increasing awareness of mental health, which has got much more traction now under the pandemic. But the scope is still huge, and we still need to do much, much more over a period of time.
Thank you, Harsh. So nice of you. I think the Ascent is what you charge 2.5 is nothing, the kind of value they get. It's an amazing contribution you give back to the society. Thanks. Another question I wanted to ask you is the importance of a very effective board. I would like to come on to that side. So the board is how you are able to take care of the board in terms of making the board members aware of their expectations and responsibilities, collectively coming together, offshore kind of this thing. All these things, I think it is not done in the past. It's all very new to the kind of this thing. These are all the kind of ideas stuck up, and eventually you got a lot of awards and accolades across various organizations have given for effective board management. Just tell us about it.
Yeah, I'll have to try to do it within 5 minutes. So, but I think the board is a source of competitive advantage. I think all management should realize that board is a source of competitive advantage. You have to give a very high degree of comfort to the board in terms of statutory, whatever you're doing. That means no related party transactions or very, very transparent way of doing things. And then concentrate all your energy in terms of strategic issues to be discussed in the board. And that means the constitution of the board is very important. What we do is we identify what are the competencies required at a board level, different set of competencies. And B, after that, for each competency, we identify options available in terms of who could be the board members. And for example, in FMCG business, the competencies required are marketing, sales and distribution, finance, anyway, as head of audit committee, HR. We have a digital expert on board because digital is also, I think all organizations are going far more aggressively on the digital front. So after identifying competencies, you look at the options available for that competency and then meet them and then put them on board. The role of chairman is very, very important to ensure that you get the best out of the board members. All the papers are sent in advance, few days in advance, and there are no PowerPoint presentations during the board meeting, but through dialogues only. All the reading material is taken as read. And we also ask the management team to attend the board meeting. So not only the MD, but the MD and his team attends the board meeting. And most board issues which are discussed are strategic in nature. The committees, NRC and corporate governance and NRC and audit committee also play a very, very important role in driving the effectiveness of board. I'm trying to give you a capsule, otherwise I can speak on this subject for 45 minutes.
I understand it because it's so much detail you have sent. It is very, very useful for anybody, I can tell you, who are already into this kind of thing. Thanks, Harsh. One last question, Harsh. You can take one question?
Yeah, last one.
Okay. So this industry 4.0, the way the digital companies are doing exceedingly well, digital at heart, I would say. And compared to the traditional companies, though the traditional companies trying to do some kind of technological digitizing the company, but it's not fully done. Digital at heart companies are really winning big time into the traditional fields. Any comments on that? What do you think?
So I think, Ranga, you're absolutely right. There are one set of companies which are highly built on digital, but irrespective of that, any company you are doing, the old world companies or the brick and mortar company, whatever you may call it, they will have to look at digital from an opportunistic lens. It is going to hit you. It is one of the prime topics at board level. If you ask me what are the three biggest topics in the board, one is digital, another is ESG, and third is inflation. So how do you have to identify what is your digital roadmap in the business you are in, where are going to be the disruption. You have to prioritize that and then decide whether you want to invest in digital marketing or digital manufacturing. After prioritizing, because everything you may not be able to do that, you need to have a 3 or 5 year roadmap for going digital, and then have individuals who are experts in digital. Don't ask your current old people who to go through a learning curve. You need to recruit people who are digital savvy, and most of them are very young. So you have to learn from them. And maybe ideally speaking, escape button, don't give them any responsibility, any other responsibility. Their whole journey or their whole time has to be spent on the organization going digital, and their focus is that. And if you do it from an opportunistic point of view, you'll be able to help you in business. If you try to nullify threat from a digital business, then you will be catching up. So it's very important to have the opportunistic lens and have the right approach in terms of removing escape buttons and having the right talent and prioritizing which are the digital initiatives your business is going to take up.
Thank you. Well said, Harsh. Well said. Thank you very much. Thanks for your valuable time.
And thanks to all the audience. Great pleasure talking to all of you.
Thank you, Harsh. Thank you. Have a nice flight.
Thank you. Bye. Can I leave?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, good questioning. Thanks.
Thank you, Harsh. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you, sirs, for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, We've come to the end of AIMA's 66th Foundation Day and 16th National Management Day. I hope all of you enjoyed the sessions. We would like to once again thank all our sponsors who have supported us and made it possible for us to organize this program. We thank our principal co-sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited and CavinKare Private Limited, sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies and Triveni Turbine Limited, co-sponsors, Hero Insurance Broking India Private Limited, Usha International and Vodafone Idea Limited, associate sponsors, JK Paper Limited and ONGC Limited, corporate sponsors, Transport Corporation of India Limited, Tata Chemicals Limited and KJ Sumaya Institute of Management, knowledge partner, Grant Thornton Bharat. We look forward to seeing you all at AIMA's next flagship events, the AIMA 7th National Leadership Conclave and 12th Managing India Awards on 12th April 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace, New Delhi. Thank you again for joining us today.